This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Eco Training Pridelands. And we already started our bushwalk a short while ago, and we started tracking some elephants from a waterhole. And we first found the one single bull busy breaking down a leadwood. Very soon he was actually joined by the remainder. For the moment we think there's approximately 6 of them over there. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the cameras we've got Craig. Let's get a little look at what these elephants are up to. Oh, this is amazing to see how little effort they actually use to actually push over that big tree. Normally an elephant bull will still feed on its own, but I was quite interesting to see that all the bulls just honed in on precisely the same area to where he broke down the tree and then started feeding with him. The elephant bull that did break down the tree seems to be the more dominant of the individuals, and he's also got a collar around him. It's the first time that I've actually seen this bull. So quite often what they do is that they will actually collar individuals which are more dominant, and this is both for bulls and cows, so that they can keep track of them, because they'll know that specific groups will associate with that specific dominant bull or dominant cow. And smaller game reserves, it also helps them to relocate them if they do break out, and elephants are pretty good with breaking out of game reserves. They simply flatten the fence. In some cases, we've also over the years have actually seen where they will actually push young bulls into electric fences by herding them together, and then making sure that they flatten the fence, and the larger, more dominant bulls will just effortlessly walk over that fence without being shocked then. I find it incredibly how they can actually detect electric currents. And there's one that used to come to my house always and put his trunk between the electric fence and very precisely used to pick off the figs from the tree. So at the moment, the position where we are quite safe. We're well behind a number of different large trees. I've also made myself look as small as possible, but animals can't see me. We're also using the wind in our favor. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. They're absolutely a great start to the show. Finding elephants for me is always special. They're one of the animals I love watching because they're always doing something. Elephants and baboons I can sit and watch for hours and hours and hours. However, lion, they don't always impress me so much. They tend to go and sleep in the heat of the day and do nothing for a large amount of the day. If you compare them to elephants can be active for up to 21 hours of a day, where a lion sleeps up to 21 hours of a day and only use the coolest parts to actually move. Talking about heat and the coolest parts of the day, elephant doesn't seem to be bothered by heat, even though they can't sweat. However, they do have to frequently go and drink in an environment like this, especially when it's exceptionally hot. And what I'm hoping for is that these bulls are going to come down to the dam and come and have a little bit of a swim or drink later on. Every now and then you'll actually notice them that they also were busy fanning their ears, and the reason why they do that is actually to cool themselves down. So the skin behind the ear is incredibly thin and it's rich, full of little veins, and that's simply by fanning the ears up and down they can bring their body temperature down by approximately 3 to 4 degrees Celsius. Some of the other ways that they can deal with temperature is simply moving in and out of a shade, or actually using their penis by hanging that out and exposing it to heat or shade to decrease or increase their body temperature. And meanwhile, we're going to send you over to what the weather is up to throughout the Lowveld and the different venues.
Alrighty, yeah, spring never came past South Africa, or at least in the Lowveld, just came and went. My name is Ali, and on camera with me today is Morgan, and we are in desperate search of shade, because it is a very hot 32 degrees today, as we've said, and that's probably where the animals are going to be, hiding underneath a bush somewhere, just waiting for it to cool down a little bit. So we're just on our way to Treehouse Dam and see what's out there. Before I forget, because my memory is not like the one of an elephant, we love, absolutely love, and kind of need sometimes hearing from you guys. So if you're watching the show, please feel free to send us questions or comments using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or tagging at FC on the YouTube chat, subscribing to the WildEarth TV website, and sending your comments through there. Or if you are a kid and you are underneath less than 18 years of age, please send your questions to kidstv@wildearth.tv. Alrighty, it's a bunch of information, but I'm very proud of myself for learning it all in a very short space of time. And now hopefully we'll go onwards and forwards to find some more cats, or some cats, or just to be honest, any cats, because I agree with perhaps the best way to start any day is to have elephants on foot, because it's always a thrilling experience. So maybe we should challenge JP and see if he can do it, or how many days in a row can he actually do it. And if he does very well, then we'll buy him some apple juice as a reward. Feels like that would be good motivation in a very hot day like today. Oh, we've got some impala all around us, and then look, lo and behold, on front of us, all the impala are in the shade. The shade of a very beautiful torchwood, not the same one where Brent fell from, but just another one. So I'm just going to stop. We can have in the shade. So you see just in front of us, that's where all the wildlife is at the moment, just hiding from the searing sun. We are supposed to be in spring. I mean, it technically started on the 1st of September, but I feel like spring is now gone, and we are just facing summer. Morgan was actually commenting earlier on this morning we started, and there was a lot of mist everywhere. And we were just saying that it would be actually quite amazing if we could find patches of mist and then just drive through them, almost like, you know, those what are they called? Mystifiers? I don't know what they're called. That spray mist when you go to like a restaurant or where you go somewhere. Whew. That would definitely cool all of us down, and I'm pretty sure we could even get a lion to walk past it just to cool down. For now though, we're all doing the best we can, and the impalas being very clever. They're in a nice open space where there's a lot of currents of air or a nice breeze coming through, and the rest of them are just in the shade. And the ones that are not under the tree are just scattered all around and hiding just behind that one little branch that produces a little bit of shade. Cedric is also out and drive, and he would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Djuma again. Indeed, it is very hot here, so we decided to go park in the Molwati River and see if we can do some birding. So far, not much bird around, unfortunately. My name is Cedric, and I have Darren on camera with me this afternoon. But I think it was a good plan to come see what's going on in the river. It's a cool place, lots of shade, so the animal might be staying around. But we've been here for a while now, about 15 minutes, and I just saw one little white-bellied sunburn who flew away. There was a battler also flying in the distance, but he went on the other side. I can't see it anymore. So the riverbeds is always interesting, especially there's lots of type of trees, but also you would think that this river might be dry completely, but actually often we see the elephants coming to dig under the sand to find water, because there will still be water running underneath the river. So it is very good also for the animals when they do that, because other animals can enjoy fresh water as well. But I can't see any evidence, new evidence of that where we are now. But it is quite well known that elephants like to dig. On our plan this afternoon, we will drive around next to the riverbed to see if there's anything. Otherwise, we'll maybe go look for the buffaloes. Elizabeth, you're asking how the hot weather is affecting the animal behavior. So basically, obviously, they will be less active. They will generally lie in the shade. I think Eli was with some impalas lying in the shade, so they will be less active, definitely. It makes it more difficult for us in the sense that they generally lie in the shade, so it's less obvious to find them. Of course, if they're lying in the sun, it will be a little bit easier to see them. Another thing that will push them to do is also go to the water holes and drink. So this is why we came around the river to see if there's no elephants digging in the river, but also we're not too far from Twin Dam. Maybe we'll go check Twin Dam as well to see if they are maybe lying in the water. Some buffaloes might be lying in the water as well, and lots of animals will come drink. But it is very nice to be out. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit hot for the start of the show, but it will get better a bit later. For myself, it is my last drive this afternoon, so I'm really hoping to try to find you some nice sighting. Yeah, so we heard some elephants at the back of us. Maybe I'm thinking go check in that area if we can't find those elephants. Very nice that JP started the show with the elephants, especially on foot. That doesn't happen all the time. Maybe it's a good day to look for elephants near waterholes. Yesterday it was a bit hot as well, so we did get a great sighting of elephants at the waterhole. Okay, I think now our plan would be to go check if we can't find this elephant that we heard in the distance.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We located on a bachelor herd of elephants a few moments ago, and we're sitting watching them at the moment. They just broke down an incredibly large leadwood tree. What was interesting for me is that the most dominant individual was the one that broke down that tree. It's also a bull that has got a collar around him. We can also see that he's much older than the other individuals in terms of size. Firstly, he's taller than them, and then also we noticed that the copules in front of the forehead is quite sunken in, which is another sign of aging. It's quite often difficult to actually judge the age of an elephant just by physically looking at them, and you actually need to have a proper look at their dentition to determine what their true age is. For those of you that are interested, they can reach an age of approximately 65 years. So one of the things how we can separate the bulls from the cows is if you look at their forehead, very round forehead profile compared to the square-shaped forehead profile of a cow. If we can, sometimes we'll notice if we can see the belly, but there's quite a stoop angle between the chest and the groin area compared to cows, which have a fairly straight line between the chest and the groin. And then obviously cows have got mammalia in front of the front legs, a characteristic which they share with rock hyraxes. Although an incredibly small animal, it's actually one of their closest relatives. We're just going to sit here and we're going to go and watch them for a little bit longer and see what they get up to.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Ngala. Very nice to have you with us on this last safari from the African bush. My name is Rowan and behind the camera I've got Johan. So our plan for the afternoon is actually to give you a bit of an update on the Birmingham Pride. So we left quite a few of them just up ahead to the right. this morning, and then the other, basically half of them, further on at Opi Dam, which is in the center of our property. It's a watering hole. So this is exactly where I left. There's a Rosmel in the sun still. There we go. Don't know what he's doing in the sun. It is blisteringly hot. Anyway, so he's to our left here. So this morning we found the one mother, 5 cubs, both Rosmels, the 5-year-old lioness, and the white female sister. They were all here. And then further along at Opi Dam were the other 7 sub-adults, the old lioness and the 5-year-old's 2 youngsters. So at this stage of the Birmingham Pride, we know that one of the cubs are dead. One of the youngest cubs, the young male, he got killed by one of the berry males. And then the one mother of those younger cubs, she's quite badly injured. It seems like one of the males probably caught her by the throat, and it looks like she's got a puncture in her salivatory gland. So we haven't seen her in the past 3 days, and she wasn't with any of these 2 sections of the Pride this morning. Oh, you can see this Rosmel is just absolutely struggling. So we've got 10 members of Birmingham Pride here, and then 10 members at Opi Dam. White Dot female, the lead lioness, she's basically been hanging around in the east. And it was funny, when the berry males chased them off the buffalo carcass, she actually stayed there and fed from the buffalo with them berry males. So not too sure what happened. Maybe she was trying to give the rest of the Pride some time just to escape. But yeah, they definitely killed one cub and injured one of the mothers quite badly. So of course we're not sure exactly what happened. All this happened very early in the morning, and you know, it could have been that the Birmingham Pride caught the buffalo, and the berry males would have heard all the commotion, and then when they got closer they would have stalked and probably just ran in, and the entire Pride was split up. And of course, being a lion, it's in their nature to chase whatever's running. And so I think one of the berry males probably caught a cub, and the other one caught the mother. Or the mother tried to defend the cub and then got into that fight. We don't know if both Rosmels were there. Probably only one, maybe both of them. But I think with 2 massive male lions charging towards a Pride, can you imagine, they wouldn't have heard them. With them feeding on a buffalo, there's so much commotion, so much fighting, growling, snarling. There's no chance they would have heard them. But it is the sad reality. There's one of the cubs are up now, just behind the Rosmels, walking past in the shadow there. So that's one of the older cubs. I wonder if this Rosmel's just too scared to go to the shady bit. Him and his brother had a bit of a tiff this morning. So I think what probably happened last night is the Pride were all kind of together, and the Rosmel must have heard, or both the brothers must have heard them either calling or just found them around a carcass. They killed a kudu last night. And then, yeah, came in, fought with the sub-adults. Sub-adults split away again. They went to Opi Dam, and the rest of the Pride is here with both the Rosmels. We're lucky for this breeze. Otherwise, Johan and myself would be dying as well. Arlene, like I said, there is 10 here and then 10 at Opi Dam. And we are only missing 2 lionesses, which is the white dot lioness and the injured female, which is the mother. She's got the black dot below her eye. So indeed, the white lioness is back with the other section of the Pride, with the sub-adults and the old lioness. Oh, soon Johan, me and you need to look for some shade as well. I feel like this Rosmel looks. It is about 32, 33 degrees out here. Where we're sitting, there isn't too much of a breeze. Well, actually, it calmed down now. But like I said, it is blisteringly hot. But his belly looks full, so maybe he's just a little bit too lazy to get up and move. You can see his tail twitching the whole time. There are quite a few flies out and about. Summer is definitely approaching very quickly. And it still amazes me, in the back there, in the shade of the guarri, there are lions cuddling with one another. Yeah, so it's a real pity about them berry males, but it is nature. Nicola, how many lions do I think would it take to bring down an elephant? So, Nicola, there's a few variables in that question. How big is the elephant? How old are your lions? Oh, you can see one of the lionesses now looking at us, maybe even thinking about this question as well. So a baby elephant, I'm pretty sure a Ross male could do it on his own. Anything from 6 to about 15, I think you'd need at least 3 or 4. And then older than that, I think it's going to be a real struggle, a big pride. So luckily with this pride, they've never had to go into those extremes. You know, for them, they'd rather bring down a giraffe or buffalo. They've never had to start killing elephants just yet. I don't know if I'd want to watch that. I think the sounds would be very disturbing. However, there are prides in Africa that are known to bring down elephants. Of course, this is where other food is not really available. So this pride, or these prides, have actually become accustomed to killing elephants because that is all that is available. So even the cubs grow up knowing, or with the confidence, that they can hunt and kill elephants. I wish I could just give him an umbrella. It must be that the other Ross male is actually lying down closer to the pride. So yes, go, just move. He might be a bit scared to approach. Of course, this is the blonde Ross male, and the grumpy one is somewhere there in the shade. Don't know what he ate, but it seems like he almost ate it sometime today. It was bizarre. Yesterday was just as hot as today, and the lions decided to kill a kudu at 9:30 in the morning. I mean, it must have been 30 degrees already. So usually, or any book will tell you, lions are mostly nocturnal hunters. And so this just proves the book's wrong. No, mostly they are. Sadly, lions don't read our books, so they can do whatever they want.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're still out and about, and with our breeding herd of our bachelor herd of elephants that we found a few minutes ago. At the moment, the group was joined by another 2 individuals. This one is quite smart. It's busy picking the remainder of the grasses out between a tree that was been fallen over quite a while ago. And those grasses are obviously more nutritional than the ones that are around it, which has been eaten short by a number of other grazers. You'll also notice as he takes the grasses and pulls them out, he actually slaps them against his leg. And the reason why they do that is to get rid of the excess sand that's inside there, so that these don't damage their molar teeth. An elephant's lifespan is pretty much determined by the lifespan of the molars. And around by the age of 60 to 65, the largest set of molars are worn down and they can't feed successfully from there on. They'll tend to lose body condition very rapidly from there. We also find that elephants don't have a very effective digestive system, and they have to eat copious amounts of food to sustain themselves throughout a day. A bull like this has got the potential of eating up to 300 kilograms of food. Of that, only 40% is absorbed by the stomach. The rest is all pooped out, which equates to approximately 180 kilograms of nutrients that are being recycled. Those become available to species such as termites as well as dung beetles, which will break them down further, and that will then become accessible to plants. Elephants are also very important for us in an ecosystem like this. As long as they're in the correct numbers, they will create a balance between trees as well as grasses. Indirectly, that also influences the amount of different grazers as well as browsers we get in the area. So when elephants become too successful and they destroy the trees in the area, we lose browsers. So no more species such as kudu will be found in that area eventually. If they're also over-successful and they continue, then they'll eventually outcompete the grazers, and we'll have a total loss of species within that area. They're also incredibly smart in terms of balancing between feeding on grasses in the summer months, which is far more nutritious than that they are in the winter, and then switching over to throughout the rest of the winter months. And in this way, they can sustain themselves pretty much right throughout the year, compared to species which only feeds on selective type of food, such as grass, which tends to lose condition in the winter months. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what Ellie is up to.
Well, at least we've got some contrast. It seems like JB had a bachelor herd and then we've got the breeding herd. So the difference between the two is that JP had a group of bulls, and then we've got the females and their offspring. Interesting though, they're all in a drainage line, and we've been looking at them for a while, and it seems like a lot of them have got sand on top of them. So I suspect what happened is that they've come down to this drainage line, and there's always underground water. So a lot of the times elephants just come to the drainage lines and then they dig in the sand to try and get to nice, cold, clear, filtered water. And I think they've been drinking it and then just spraying some of the water on top of them to cool themselves down, and then some of the sand has just gone their way. Fortunately or unfortunately, they're a little bit out of our reach. You see they're well packed in the drainage line, and then they've just carried on, after cooling themselves down, they've carried on feeding on all the plants they can find in this drainage line. So often along these areas you find a lot of trees that are still very green, or a lot of trees that rely heavily on water. Then they'll have shoots the entire year. I think it's the case for a couple of species of tree that we've got here. We've got some buffalo thorns, leadwoods, and jackalberries all around. And that's what the elephants have mostly been feeding on in the last while that we've been seeing them. Oh, seems like some of them are starting to move now. I haven't seen any tiny ones in particular around here, but I'm sure there are some. And then we've got one of the teenage boys in front of us. Already from a younger age, they start testing the boundaries of the herd, and then they start going a little bit further away, and then they come back just to try and, show off, in a sense, as young boys would do. And we've got just this one over here, and then the rest of the herd is just to our right. So this is part of the normal development in a young elephant's life. As they start getting older or coming more into their teenage years, and they start lagging further behind the herd, or they're not in close proximity to the rest of the herd. And then that way, they'll eventually kind of like break the seal. They'll carry on and become fully independent and do their own thing. They'll still recognize one another, or he'll still recognize the herd that he's a part of, but they won't actually. Oh, it actually looks like a young female. Put your head up properly. The sand on top made the forehead look a little bit rounder than what they normally are. So the females have got a pointy forehead, kind of like the one that we're looking at now, and then the males have a rounded forehead, and then the sand did a bit of an optical illusion. I'm gonna have the rest of the herd coming in. Funny, I thought it had a rounded head, just because from looking at the sand. Maybe we'll get them crossing the road. We thought maybe of heading towards Buffelshoek Dam in that area, see if we could get lucky with any creatures around there. But it seems like we hit the jackpot just before getting there. We're still gonna make our way up there. There are just a couple of roads we want to check beforehand, just in case those lions that we were tracking this morning have perhaps moved, or they've come somewhere else, because there were a few roads that we just didn't check this morning, where perhaps if they were indeed in the block, they could have come out of. So they've got a one-tusk female that's crossing the road. Doesn't seem like she's lost the tusk. It seems like she was completely born without one. I'm having some issues hearing the FC, so if you guys are trying to say something, sorry guys, cannot comprehend one word. Got another two youngsters crossing the road. And a tiny little one. Oh, maybe the little one will also not have tusks, or maybe they've just started growing. So the length of the tusks and how big they're going to get depends on genetics. And sometimes elephants are born and they never develop tusk, or they're just tuskless for their life. Sometimes it happens that they'll break a tusk, maybe at the base of the trunk or at the base of their lips, and then you won't be able to see them. Now we've got a young boy crossing behind. Oh, definitely a young boy. Just bullying somebody out of the way. It's funny how all children always want what somebody else is having or is eating or is drinking. And slowly but surely, if they carry on walking in this direction, or if they carry on going sort of straight east, they're going to get to Buffelshoek Dam. It'll still take them quite a while, but I would imagine that's where they're going to be headed for their afternoon drink. Oh, you're saying yes. Good. I'm glad we agree that that is your plan. I think it's a sound plan. It's very big and scary when you flip your head like that. Alrighty, we're gonna leave our elephants, but we'll send you guys across to Ron, who's enjoying the company of some of my favorite big cats.
Ali, I'll be honest, not the best company this afternoon. All of them are now just very flat. I mean, there's one paw sticking up next to the gori bush from, oh, there's a second paw that was nearly going up. But of course, it is just way too hot for them to move. So this is the thing. If you find lions 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the low fart on a hot summer's day, this is exactly what they're going to do. The one Rosmel actually got up and moved out of the sun. I am very surprised he lasted so long. And then, yeah, the other Rosmel is just to the left. Oh, there you can see she's trying to roll over. Never mind. The other Rosmel is just to the left of the lionesses. He looked at us once and then, yeah, just fell asleep. Good news is that Johan and I found a shady spot. We're about 50 meters away from them and just watching them sleep. So as I was saying earlier, with them berry males coming in, they haven't tried to set up territory or anything in the east. I really think they just heard the commotion. It was a free meal, and since they weren't very far away, tried their luck, and of course, they thrived. They got a buffalo, not too much of a buffalo from it. I mean, when we found them, literally there was maybe about 20%, 15% of the buffalo left. And it was the two berry males feeding and white dot lioness still trying to feed from the nose of the buffalo. And the entire time when the fighting was going on between the three of them, it was the young berry male fighting with white dot lioness, not the old berry male. But that old berry male, you can see he's so dominant over the other one. It's actually quite sad. Definite age gap there as well. I mean, huge male lions. In all honesty, big age gap between them and the Rosmels, you can just see it in the teeth. In the Rosmels now, when they yawn, the one's got 2.5 teeth left, and the other one's got 3 teeth left. I'm talking about canines, not actual teeth. So yeah, I think in a fight, maybe the Rosmels wouldn't go as far as we think they might. But this is what happens. They haven't taken over Ngala yet. They haven't taken over territory. The Rosmels are still territorial over Ngala, over Birmingham Pride. They just had a bit of a scare with other male lions. In other news though, the Birmingham young males found a friend. He's now joined up with a Torchwood male, which is far off or distant family. The Torchwood male seems is the son of the Birmingham boys who moved to Sabi Sands, who are the brothers of the short-tailed lioness, who's the lead lioness of the Birmingham Breakaway Pride. Probably be easier if I draw a picture or diagram of that whole sentence. But anyway, I hope most of you understood. So that's good for him. They were seen up just north of us in Timabati at a place called Chinzela. They killed a buffalo. Funny enough, they were here that night when Birmingham Pride and the Mberis fought. They were actually trailing the herd of buffalo that one of them died, that the whole fight was over. So it could be that they killed the buffalo, then got chased off by Birmingham Pride, and then the Birmingham Pride got chased off by Berry Pride. But those are all theories. Shame you can see that lioness struggling a little bit with the flies. The tail keeps going. She wants to roll over. Of course, you just can't find a cool spot anywhere. I think in a little while we'll just let them snooze and then head up to Oppie Dam, see what those are up to. I don't think it would be too much different from here, but it might be that we get there, some elephants swimming in the water. Oh, there we go. I think that fly just got a bit too much for her. You can see she's actually licking her back where it must have bit her. Poor girl. Big yawn. Can't imagine she's going to move far. No, she does not move far. And then back down. It's always hilarious to see them go down. It's like they put so much effort into laying down. Usually do it with a grunt as well. Yeah, so Oppie Dam, maybe elephants coming down, disturbing the rest of the pride. So I think let's leave these lions, let them sleep, and then we head up further north to Oppie Dam.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We just left the remainder of this bachelor herd unattended, and now we're only focusing on the more dominant individual. And the reason why we left them behind is because the wind started swirling. If they do pick us up, they could potentially come and investigate where we are. So therefore we prefer to stay on the downwind side when viewing these animals, and from an area where we've got sufficient cover. A bull that we see right over here is the most dominant of the individuals within the group. You also might note that he's got a collar around his neck. As I mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, quite often dominant individuals get collared specifically for the reason that they can monitor them for scientific purposes, as well as that they can locate the group very rapidly if they do go out of a conservation area, as elephants often do break out of conservation areas. One of the things that they do like to go and do is they like to go and raid crop fields. And especially in the south of the Kruger National Park, they break out and go and feed on sugar canes. The real problem comes in that these animals quite often go into rural areas where they go and feed on crops, which is the lifeline for a small group of people, which is pretty much their whole food stash for a whole year. This often puts elephants as well as humans in conflict, and one of the ways that they have suggested to resolve this conflict is quite often by putting beehives at the edge of the crop fields, as elephants don't really like bees at all, and they tend to stay away. Another method is simply taking sisal rope, smearing it with grease, which is always available in areas, and then putting chili powder onto it. After it's been suggested that chilies are grown specifically for this purpose, and the excess of a crop then sold to the market for a profit. This is a very effective method of actually keeping them away from crop fields. We're going to sit and watch our elephant for a little bit longer and see what he gets up to. I just love the way that they use their trunk to do simple little tasks like scratching the ear, cleaning an eye, and sometimes breaking down as large as a big branch or tree.
Yeah, so we're currently at Twin Dam. We were looking at some green wood hoopoes, which is a beautiful bird. They were all over that tree looking for insect in the bark, but unfortunately they left. So we're waiting here to see if they come back, but in the meantime I can show you on the book how do they look like. Yeah, so I'm going to put that there. I apologize with my little thing, it's the only thing I have at the moment. So that would be the greenwood hoopoe. They normally live in groups, and they are very, very pretty. Bright red, orange beak, orange legs, and they have this green color on them. Very, very beautiful bird. They're normally in group from 2 to 14 individual, so it's always nice to see them. but we spent a bit of time with them, and now it looked like they lost interest in that tree. So maybe let's keep an eye out, and maybe we can find it again. So the greenwood upus. It is quite common around here. You can find them also even in the city in Johannesburg, for example. Obviously you will need to have a garden to be able to attract them to come find some food. So we stayed around the Mulwati River. We checked Gary Dam, it was quiet, and now we're looking around here for any sign of birds. The thing with birding, you need to have patience, and also the issue is that sometimes the birds doesn't stay here too long. But we did try. I think it was worth it to try to show you that bird, as they are very pretty. But I'm sure a lot of you have seen them before. And they were like getting their head inside the bark, so it was very nice to see. Okay, so we'll see what's happening here. Otherwise, there's nothing we're going to move off. But in the meantime, we'll send you to Ali, who's on a bumble.
Well, to be honest, we have a very special kind of bird on Djuma, which is actually lion that grew wings. They are fairly common around this area. You don't find them around as in other places as much. They love to leave just their paw prints on the road and then just fly out and never to be found again. No, I'm just joking. We are heading towards Buffelshoek Dam just to see if there's anything up there, perhaps anything that we might have missed. Pretty good. Unless, of course, they're sleeping somewhere tucked in a drainage line somewhere, which would also be a great spot if you were a big cat or on top of a marula. I reckon if I were a leopard, I would be sitting on the branch of a marula tree, just draped around and then just enjoying the cool breeze before coming down my tree for a drink. That would just be me. Still haven't found one leopard that thinks like me, but I'm sure there are a few. Perhaps somewhere deep into the block. Maybe somewhere there. Oh, I can see the water at Buffelshoek Dam. It's quite blinding at this time of the day. There's a lot of glare and we can see lots and lots of elephant tracks on the road. So I'm sure there have been a multitude of animals coming and going from the dam today. Just while we've been back in camp. And I'm sure there will be plenty more that are going to make their way here this afternoon. It's a bit of a snaky spot, this one as well, because there are the blocks quite thick, so very good for animals to hide. Animals like to give us a slip, such as Lalamba. And her mom Tandi also used to be around here, and then towards that area up there. I see a vehicle. I see two vehicles. I'm probably gonna then head off somewhere else. Birding, it's not my favorite activity to do out in the bush, but I prefer looking at trees and tracks of things rather than other things. Yeah, I've learned to love birds, if I can say it that way, just because, well, Tristan and I have a deal. I'll teach him about trees and then he'll help me with the birding.
Yeah, so we spotted that water monitor coming out of the water actually while we were still looking for the greenwood upu. Darren saw it swim in the dam and now it's coming out. Very nice found there. Looks like it's a bit at the beach. It feels like it would have been nice to be on the beach at the sea in that heat. But obviously the bush is really, really beautiful as well. I apologize, it is a bit windy where we are now, which is quite welcome actually. Looks like it's going to go out and maybe bask in the sun. very nice to see it coming out of the water. Often you see them swimming or just being static in the sun, but I think he might just get comfortable where he is now and warm up in the sun. If you're asking what these little lizards eat, I know they eat some eggs of, we can eat some eggs of crocodiles, for example. And then I'm not sure actually. That's a good question. They must have a very big different type of diet. But for example, they like to go steal some crocodile eggs when the crocodiles have some eggs. Check now. I will try to see what other type of food they like to eat and come back to you on that. I feel like my brain is not working very well in that heat. And I'm from Mauritius, so I'm quite used to the heat. It's nice to see it active like that and not just lying down. We see often two of them at Gary Dam on the little piece of wood there, the dead tree, very close to the dam wall. But it's the first time I see one here. It's amazing how well we can camouflage though. Yesterday we saw a rock monitor in a tree. So I just check, so they will definitely eat eggs, obviously, as I was saying, from crocodiles, but also from birds. And they will also hunt some birds and small mammals as well. Of course, being close to water often, they're also going to feed on frogs, even snakes, and any other type of reptile. It says also that they can even prey on baby crocodiles. I think I saw that before, not myself, but on a documentary. So obviously, baby crocodiles are very small when they are born, smaller than this, so they will definitely eat them. Mike, you're saying this is an amazing view of it. Yes, it is very nice. And what was quite nice actually, we saw it walking out of the water. We don't see that all the time. And obviously it will be lying in the sun to warm up. There were sightings of water monitor and rock monitor as well, who's trying to survive leopard attacks. Most of the time they don't succeed, so the leopard, I think we saw that with Tandy, killed one of the monitors. But I saw a video of one of the monitor really slapping a leopard in the face with the tail. And they have very strong tail, obviously. it can be very sore, I'm sure. It can give a very nasty bite as well, obviously. Being in the bush, you need to be very strong as an animal to survive. So I was saying, yeah, you have to be strong, otherwise you're not going to be able to survive.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty through our food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
I think sometimes you need just to listen. So it's a kind of taking out all that other spirit and bring back wilderness and healthy. Bushwalk and trek and sign. I'm sure I'm good at that. I spend most of my time on the ground since I was a young boy, so I think I'm good with that. Actually, I'm not much nervous of any category. Just take it as it is. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure on what the judges are looking at. So chances are 50-50 on my side. I'm not... Obviously, when you go for a competition, you say you win.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we're watching a virtual starling, a starling that is named after a famous explorer that arrived in South Africa somewhere in 1810. He also wrote several books on South Africa and the zoology of South Africa and his whole experiences with his in Southern Africa. He's also responsible for naming the white rhino, who was the first person to actually identify it and name it. We're just going to see what this little starling is up to. At the moment, it seems if he's after insects, which is at the edge of the water. There's a number of these iridescent blue starlings that we find in this area. And there's a few things that we can look at to actually make it easier to identify them. This one is fairly easy. The large size and the dark coloration of the eye immediately separates it from other starlings that we have over here, such as Cape Glossy, as well as greater blue-eared starling. However, when it comes to greater blue-eared and the Cape Glossy starling, that's where the trick comes in. There you have to once again have a look at the eye color. Both has got yellow eyes, but you have to look behind the eye, as the ear coverts, as well as the darker underbelly, as the features which will separate the greater blue-eared from the Cape Glossy starling. If we do go further up in Kruger National Park, there's another starling that we'll find, which is known as a Meave starling. It has got also an incredibly long tail, but unlike the virtual starling, where it has a spatula-shaped tail, it's got a more slender shape to the tail. Most of the starling species which we find in Southern Africa is all hole nesters, and they will use natural cavities. And in a few weeks' time, we'll hopefully see some great spotted cuckoos coming in. And these will most likely start trying to parasitize these starlings, as starlings and crows are their favorite host species. We're just going to sit around a little bit longer and see what else comes in. In the meanwhile, we're going to hand you over to Cedric and see what he has.
Yeah, welcome back, reverse. So what happened is that as soon we went off here, there's one bird of prey that was in a tree about 50 meters in front of us that we didn't see and just started to flew away. I think, for what I could see by flying, it might be a Wahlberg eagle, but I'm not 100% sure, but 90% sure. So it looks like there's quite a lot of activities around Twin Dam for the small animals. And any chance Darren have to film a bird flying, he will take it. He loved that. He really, really like it. Yeah, so the Wahlberg eagles came back recently. It's very nice to have it back. Mike, you're saying you love birding? Yes, I agree. Especially when it's hot like that, you know, it's difficult to find over big animals, especially the predators. So you can concentrate on smaller things in the bush, especially birding. And birding, there's so many different types of birds, so you learn every day. And of course, you will be searching for that species that you never saw before. If I give you an example, me and Darren, we're doing it together, and Darren is keeping his list updated. So we saw two new birds already for Darren this afternoon, which is good. One of them was an African grey hornbill and a brown crowned chakra. It looks like it's going quite far away now. Obviously, it is difficult to bring you on the camera all the birds because some of them are so fast. Like this morning we got the white-crested helmet trike. We were very lucky that one of them stays still for quite a long time. This bird is getting very, very far now. I can't really see it with my own eyes. Obviously it will be a little bit tricky for them to fly when it's windy, but as you can see, they can still do it. And this one is going with the wind at the moment, so away from us. It looked like even on the monitor there, just a little dot flying around. the Wahlberg eagles are migratory. They just came back actually August, September. So it's nice to have them back. Okay, I think that bird got a bit too far now, but well done Darren for that great shot. We're going to see what we're going to do on our side. In the meantime, we're going to send you to Ali, who's on a bulbul.
I'm not too sure how many more birds have migrated back. I've only seen the Wahlbergs for now. And funny enough, I haven't even seen the kites yet. I tend to, sort of my luck is that I tend to see the yellow-billed kites first, and then only after I've seen the yellow-billed kites, then I start noticing that the Wahlbergs are back. But the Wahlbergs are definitely back. I've seen some of them hanging around in their usual spots, the usual nests, and they come back to South Africa every year to breed. Some of them are known to come back to the same nest even for 30 years, which is... Imagine having to fly away, you move houses and you go across the world and then you come back every year and you just know your way straight back in. That's quite amazing. Our luck has yielded very little results, so we're gonna head towards Chitwa Dam. Perhaps there will be something there in the water. I am hoping for elephants in the water, or maybe dancing hippos that turn around and put their feet up in the air as... And who knows, maybe Tundi will be around. I wonder where she's hanging out now, because I know they had the tracks. Well, she wasn't there after we had her and Marips, but I don't think there's much that's been happening around Torchwood. I'm not too sure if there are too many guests around there or which direction Tundi actually took. But Tristan is on a safari today, not with WildEarth though, and I'm sure he's gonna... Seeing they don't have to worry about signal and those things, I'm sure Tristan will dedicate, him and Mike will dedicate a little bit more time. I'm just trying to track certain creatures that are perhaps out of our range, which would be nice, because then he'll be able to tell you guys all about it when he's back on his stint later on. Let's give them an update. Afternoon, Shlambi Nyari by Treehouse Dam, and then there's Shlambi and Glovu. Slowly mobile towards Buffelshoek Dam, but still just north of the drainage in Ngala Road Central.
Okay, copy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna start to check maybe around the dam to the east.
Okay, copy. I know Tavangumi was somewhere around Hardekol this morning, if I'm not wrong.
Okay,
Alrighty, that done. And yeah, Tavangumi was found this morning, unfortunately just a little bit outside of our area. It seems like he's decided to settle sort of on the far northeastern corner, more towards the Banyaleti boundary, unfortunately, than this side. And then Tlangula has also seemed to be up there somewhere. And that shy Timbavati young male was also seen there in the last couple of days. Oh, I can feel the breeze of Chitwa Dam coming to us already, but seeing we're not there yet, we're going to send you guys across to Cedric, who's already at a waterhole.
Yeah, so we're still next to Twin Dam, and I think we found a crested barbet, which is also a beautiful bird. I just wanted to jump a bit that we can get a better look. As you can see, birding is very difficult. Look, it's coming out there. Crested barbets are one of the most prettiest bird in the bush. We have beautiful yellow colors, but this tree is a bit thick with the leaves. It is not the best view, I apologize for that, but we're just trying to, there we go, come out, there we go. Oh. Yeah, I lost it on my side now. Oh, there it comes. It is a bit in the shade, so we can't really see the bright colors that this bird have. Maybe, there we go, that's better. Look how beautiful this bird is. For us, you saying actually it's a great day to do some birding. I totally agree. You know, sometime at this time of the day, I'm not sure if it's worth it to just drive all the time. Maybe one day during the week, when it's hot like that, to stop and stay in Wataya and see what you can find. This is what we decided to do, and it's apparently paying off a bit, which is nice. There was another bird. That might have been the black-headed oriole that just flew in front, but it went away. I didn't have a good look, but we saw one earlier. But we are still with our crested barbet. So they will feed on insects, but also fruits, basically. So they are omnivores. Yeah, I can't see it anymore. Maybe I can show you in the book quickly, just for you to... I still have it. Oh. It's getting very thick at the back there. Okay, so, sorry, I'm doing some shade there. So that would be the crested barbet there, as you can see, very bright color. And we also have the black colored barbet, which is a very nice bird to see as well. I heard one earlier, so it was very nice to hear it. So yeah, this was the crested barbet, very nice found. Maybe we can find another one, maybe in the sun, would be nice to see out the beautiful colors there. That's great.
Well, we've come down to Chitwa Dam, but we're actually, before we go and see what the hippos or the crocodiles or anybody else is doing, we just wanted to put on camera our first leopard of the afternoon. Haha. No, I joke. This is a leopard orchid, and it's the only, and I want to say endemic, but it's the only species of orchid that we get around this area, but it's, however, not the only species of orchid found in Africa or in southern Africa for that matter. I think there are about maybe 500 odd species or so, but it's the one that we get naturally occurring in this area, and it's called the leopard orchid because if you can see the little flowers, they are yellow with brown spots. So it's quite a beautiful one, and they tend to flower in the winter time, and there are a few scattered all around the bush. And I suspect this one just ended up there because maybe a bird deposited a seed, or it just flew into or it just dispersed by a wind just to get into this dead leadwood, and then it just found the perfect conditions to grow. And it's one of the biggest ones around this area. I think perhaps the biggest one I've seen around just the entire Djuma, Chitwa, sort of northern Sabi sand traverse. And it's quite a beautiful one. It's, as you can see, it's, even if it's flowering now, it's a type of plant that can survive sort of also during the dry weather conditions, because they get a lot of the water that they need through the roots. So you see their roots are all aerial. They're called epiphytes, this type of plants, and then they just absorb the dew or the moisture from the air, especially in the mornings, and then that's the way that they gain the water that they need in order to survive. And then a lot of the nutrients are actually recycled within the plant itself. So with the leaves die or when the flowers die, you'll see that more often than not, they kind of fall in there in the middle of the plant. And then that way the nutrients get recycled once more. It's quite a beautiful type of plant and one of the few flowers that we actually have at the moment.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We're still at Leopard Dam watching for animals to come in and to come and drink. So far, there's 2 impalas that came closer. I'm not quite sure what spooked them. The wind at the moment is swirling quite often. However, something further to the west and the dam caught their attention, and they actually went closer to go and investigate, as if they were snorting and alerting the potential threat that they are aware of it. They've now relaxed and they're coming back for a little drink. We're just going to focus on them and sit and watch them for a bit. We often see this behavior with prey animals, that they will actually go closer to go and investigate a potential threat. Sometimes I've also noticed that they get startled by warthogs and then they stare at them. Over bright sunlight at the moment, it's quite difficult to pick out different shapes for them over a distance. It's also interesting how sunlight helps to break their shape up, as if they got dark bands on top and lighter bands at the bottom. This makes it for an animal that sees in black and white with contrasting light very, very difficult to figure out what it's actually looking over at a distance. One of the most effective ways for prey animals to actually escape is to simply freeze. And quite often just by simply freezing and using their cryptical colors or their color pattern, which is very well adapted to this environment, it makes it very tricky for a predator to actually spot them. The next decision making is either to flee, and the last decision making is fight. And that is the point where you have to fight for your life to escape from a potential predator. One of the things that I've also often noticed with a large number of different prey species is that they will show up for weakest individuals within a group. They often do this by means of exaggerated jumps, which is known as stots or pronks. The injured individual will then stand out, and the predators will then focus on that specific animal. I've also often seen with zebra, when they are bunching together to try and escape from a predator, that the one that runs at the back, as it closes in on the group, often gets kicked by the one directly behind, in front of it, to actually separate it from the group. And that makes it less likely that it's you that's going to be caught, but rather the one that's falling behind. There's so many different strategies that animals have to break up their shapes and their color and different color patterns that they have. It's just amazing how these have all evolved in this environment. We also see that with general coloration is browns for many of the antelope species, and the tawny brown coloration for animals such as lion. While we're hanging around at the dam, we're just going to take you onto one of the clips for the upcoming Mara expedition.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
We have made it all the way to Chitwa Dam, and we are enjoying the cool breeze that's coming from the dam. Now, I was just saying to Morgan a little bit earlier how crazy it is that last time this year you could actually drive from where we are to that island, and now thankfully it's all covered in water, or underwater I should say. And it looks actually very iconic, very beautiful. Almost reminds me to Sunset Dam in the Kruger National Park. And very typical when you have sort of dead trees in little islands like this is to find all these big nests in there. So they belong to one of the little five. It's a bird that's called the red-billed buffalo weaver, and they nest many birds in all those nests, so they are communal nesters, and you'll find that there's lots of chambers in there, and they're not particularly monogamous, so everybody will kind of mate with everybody else, but at least they all help each other build these big structures. And then in some spots they become a bit of a nuisance. You can actually see them on power lines, on the WildEarth masts. They just like to make use of the existing structures. And often you'll find certain species of birds will build their nest on top of water like this, or particularly, well, the buffalo weavers and the other weavers as well, because it's harder for then predators to actually come and get into their nests. So the water provides an extra or an added safety net that many less predators will actually be able to get to their chicks or to the eggs while they're inside of the nest. Very noisy always. They're pretty birds. They are somewhat easy to recognize as they're a black bird that flutters around, but when they fly you see these white patches on their wings, and they've got a red bill. There are a few that are around there, but I'm not too sure if we can actually have or if we're far enough with the camera. Let's see. Let's put the zoom to the test. There we go. There's one of them. Oh, collecting nesting material. Are we? Interesting. Seems like spring really is here for some. So it'll collect some nesting material and then just put it up the nest somewhere. Oh, there we go. It's gone up. And then just make sure that it rebuilds or reinforces any part of the structure that has fallen down. As you can imagine, with the elements and particularly the wind that we've had, it needs some retouching. Colleen, there are bird species that share nests, but not in the sense that they will, both of them nest and have their chicks there at the same time willingly. So, for example, there's a bird that you often found around water holes called a hammercup. They are called this way because their head looks like a hammer, and they're a brown bird, and they're known for building this massive nests. And there are sometimes owls that like to nest on top of their nest. So it's more like the owl saw an opportunity and perhaps nested there, but they don't really willingly share. It's not like that was the purpose that it was built for. The other only sort of association in terms of nesting that I can think of in Africa or in southern Africa, and I could be mistaken and there could be more examples, is the one of the pygmy falcons and the sociable weavers in the drier areas of South Africa towards the Kalahari. So the sociable weavers, they build these massive nests similar to the ones that we're looking here, but sometimes, consider them maybe 4, 5, 6 times bigger with lots of birds in there. And then they allow the pygmy falcons, which are small little raptors, to actually nest in there, because then the pygmy pygmy falcons will protect them from other predators that might be around, such as perhaps the Cape cobras or other potential predators. Sorry, I think I need more water. I can't seem to get my words out today. That's the only sort of symbiotic relationship of nesting of birds that I know of. There could be many more out there, but of the ones that I can think of right now, that's potentially the one. And then, of course, the hammercups have got all sorts of things that like to nest on top of them, but particularly owls. I've seen a couple of Verreaux's eagle owls nesting on top of hammercups' nest that are being used. So it's a bit of a strange one, but what can I say? It seems to work for some guys. Oh, I can hear a black-collared barbet in the distance. That's a nice bird. Don't get to see them all that often. I want to see if perhaps the bird book has got a photo of the nest of a hammercup. Just Max, I agree. There's so much we can learn from just observing animals, and as a matter of fact, just by, you know, airplanes and how to fly or how to fly silently, a lot of the researchers and engineers have actually looked at our natural world and the way that, for example, owls fly, and why they're so silent. So I've got the bird book out here and about just to show you guys a photo of the hammercup. And then this is the bird that makes those huge nests that I was talking about, and it's very common all around water sources. Now, I just want to find where the sociable weavers might be in this bird book. Maybe we'll find the pygmy falcon first. And the pygmy falcons are just adorable. They are little, but they look so mean that how could you not love them? No, pygmy falcon, there we go. Tiny little creatures. There's little birds over here. Oh, look, so the bird book is saying that the pygmy falcons also associate with red-billed buffalo weavers in terms of nests, wattle starlings. This way? Sorry. Wattle starlings or white-browed sparrow weavers. So it seems like a lot of smaller birds have taken advantage of the fierceness of the pygmy falcons, and I've only seen them associate with the sociable weavers when we've gone to the Kalahari for a self-drive safari. Now let me try and find you guys the sociable weavers. They are also very pretty. Oh, my book is breaking. This is a tragedy. Might need to get myself a new one, but I'm pretty attached to this one. Is the one that I've had since I started guiding. And then what I've done is just to mark all the photos of mark all the places where I've seen a certain species for the first time, mark all my lifers, but I have no idea how many birds I've seen in my life. I cannot keep track. All right, just want to show you guys. So this is the red-billed buffalo weaver that we were looking at earlier. That was the one that is here at Tswalu Dam that apparently the pygmy falcons also associate with. And then I just want to show you guys the very last one. Where are you? Did I pass it? I probably did. I can't find it. I will have to find it and show it to you guys because I can't. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I did find it. This is the sociable weaver that I was referring to earlier.
Hi, we are Yaku and Milani. We are from Gauteng in South Africa. We started watching WildEarth last year during the level 5 lockdown, and we've been watching ever since.
Being in nature is one of the greatest feelings. We absolutely love it. Our favorite thing about WildEarth is that the concept is so amazing. We have the benefit of having a wildlife safari in the comfort of your home, especially when you're not allowed to go out. Being part of the Wildlife Explorer program gives us a sense of giving back and contributing to nature. It just makes us feel good because we love it so much. We are so excited to be visiting Ngala. It is obviously, I think for most people, an absolute dream to visit the Masai Mara. We can't wait to go.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Oh, it's a virtual stalling day. So we at Treehouse Dam, and we just noticed while we arrived here, but the buffaloes are just behind us. We just wanted to check the dam first, see if there was any bird and continue some birding for you. So I think we'll spend a little bit of time here and then we will move towards the buffalo. I can see them from where I am, but it's at the back. They're about 100 meters from us. And there's a grey go-away bird who just joined us. A grey go-away bird. Every time I say the name, he's calling. Let's listen, maybe we can hear the call. Beautiful crest there on the head. So they're called grey go-away bird for a reason. First of all, as you can see, they're grey, and their alarm call sound like go away, go away. So this is why they're called that name. Interestingly is that with birds the name can change sometime. So we always have to update ourselves with the new names, which sometimes get quite tricky. It is such a cool call, actually. Okay, let's see if we can find our buffaloes there behind us. Well, I know we will find them because they are very close to us. Yeah. So it was good to come check here, and the good news is that the dam is very close to them, so we might come drink a bit later here. That would be nice. So while we reposition to go look at our buffaloes, let's send you to Ali.
Well, we did bypass the hippos at some stage when we were on, not the hippos, the buffalo, and they're not too far from Treehouse Dam, so I'm sure eventually when when they've decided they've had enough ruminating, then they're probably going to make their way into the dam and potentially cross out of the property. I mean, we've been very lucky to have them in Djuma for the last 2 days. Over here, we're looking at a big creature. I would say not too far weight-wise from, well, no, actually, yeah, it's much heavier than a buffalo, but we've got the hippos, which are the third largest mammal that we get in this part of the world. So we would have the elephant, the rhinos, and then the hippo. Oh, and it's now disappeared. So because of their heavy weight, they actually don't float. They're too heavy to float in this area. So what they do is they bounce around, or they just lie down at the bottom of the water. So whenever you're seeing them move in the water, they're actually just kind of jumping, using their feet to just move around. But they can move quite fast. Sometimes they'll reach the speed of about 8 kilometers an hour in the water, which is way faster than anything we could ever do as humans. So don't try to escape hippos. It's not a good idea, not even in the water. I don't really think anyone, not even the Olympians, would escape a hippo swimming. It would definitely be much fitter than a hippo though. Seems oddly quiet around Tswalu today. We were kind of hoping that maybe Thandi or Marips would have been around. It seems like for now, nothing. The Seth depends on the aquatic plant. So if you have like invasives like water lettuces and that kind of stuff, I don't think the hippos feed on them. I've never seen them. And perhaps if they've got something, I can't think of any examples right now, but if it's like lilies and that kind of stuff, I suppose if they're hungry they could, if they really wanted to. Wouldn't be their preferred diet, but in times of stress, when there isn't a lot of food around for the animals, and that's when they start eating things that are normally not part of their normal diet. So hippos have been recorded before to eat meat or to scavenge from carcasses, but it's not their usual thing. It responds more to some sort of stress in their environment or their condition that they're trying to supplement. Same as sometimes with warthogs and duikers that have been recorded doing the same thing. Although duikers, the jury's still out about, because they do funny things. They'll eat eggs, or they've been recorded to be eating eggs and things. And I think also little chicks I think they've been reported eating as well. But most times hippos will just feed on the water, and that's why they'll go very long distances from watering holes, especially at this time of the year, just to find a good grazing ground, or not just in terms of palatability, but also in terms of finding enough food to be able to feed on. Sounds like they've just gone down. Would be very nice to actually see them outside of the dam one day, because these hippos, they just really enjoy being in the water. I think maybe the traffic, and they just know that they've got a good deal in there. And I don't recall seeing them outside too much, not even when working at Tswalu. Hippos will normally come out of the water and bask, but not too much around here. And these guys, funny enough, they tend to go, when they go out, they don't always come into where we are parked, so in front of the lodge. They tend to actually go into the lodge, because there's a lot of grasses around there, and more often than not, you end up bumping into them on your way to the room. So at Tswalu, you've always got to be escorted back and forth to and from your room, especially at night, because there are things like hippos, leopards, lions that like coming in underneath the fence, and rather, you bump into them with somebody that can tell you what to do. They are just being shy today. I mean, I think Morgan's been trying to frame them all, but every time he chooses one, then that one goes under the water. Oh, there we go. Morgan's been making all sorts of interesting requests as to what he wants to see on Drive, and he keeps asking for a killer whale. So we've tried to explain to him that maybe he should go to Trish to try and see a killer whale. If there's anyone that's going to be able to provide that in more realistic terms of an African safari, it would be our friends in Cape Town, because I think a while back they actually recorded some killer whales down by the coast. But here, as far as killer whales go, we'll have hippos. Closely related to whales, but they're sort of their semi-aquatic / land mammal relative that whales have got. Also, we can I suppose we can refer to them as killers, but not because they like killing things or because they hunt, but because a lot of the times hippos live in close proximity to humans, and then of course humans and hippos need the water to survive. So what would happen is that hippos are very defensive, and when they find themselves with humans too close to them or with humans in between them and the water, then that's often when they attack and when things go wrong. More out of a reaction rather than actually hunting for humans.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. At the moment we're looking at the shafts on a termite mound, and these ventilation shafts are designed specifically for allowing warm air to escape from the termite mound. And quite often on cold winter's mornings we will see a number of animals actually sitting on top of these, using the warm air to increase their body temperature. Quite often yellow-billed hornbills love doing that. I've also noticed both pythons as well as rock and water monitors doing so as well. We also find that quite often both snakes as well as dwarf mongoose will sleep in these shafts, as it provides them with a safe area where they can go and stay for the night. One of the things that we've also can see around this termite mound, that the area of soil has been disturbed, and the reason has been overgrazed by a number of antelopes over a period of time, because there's so much nutrients that has been excreted by the termites that it enriches the soil, creating grasses or attracting grasses that are very nutrient rich. And that's specifically what these animals are after. We also see that with white rhinos, quite often they will walk from termite mound to termite mound to go and feed on those termite mounds and consume that nutrient-rich grass. It's interesting how grasses have different levels of palatability as well. Some grasses are incredibly nutrient poor, while others are incredibly nutrient rich. Some of those incredibly nutrient-rich grasses are species such as red grass as well as guinea grass, which also goes by the name of buffalo grass, which is one of the favorite grass species for many of the selective grazers. We're going to move on from here and go and see what else we can go and find. Hopefully there will be some animals coming down to the waterhole very soon.
Okay, so we've just arrived at Clara Dam. It's actually quite nice. There's a batelier here just to our left. It's on the ground. It was just drinking water. I think it's a male. Very beautiful, beautiful, beautiful bird. And basically we find it here every single afternoon. You can imagine it gets super hot. It just flies down to the edge, has some water. It's funny, there is a pair of them here. I know their nest is just south of where we are, but I don't really know where the female is. I've actually never seen them drink together. They just come and drink by themselves. Quite amazing birds. They usually travel about 50 to 100 meters above the ground, circling, circling, circling. And I read somewhere that they can travel up to 400 kilometers in a day, just looking for food. Great scavenger bird. Often find them following packs of wild dogs. There's been a few instances where we've been looking for dogs, and so we just look up, check where the bateliers are circling, and then voila, you'll find the wild dogs. Anyway, we did go to Opi Dam. Sadly, we tried to reposition, reboot, restart, rephrase, tried everything, and there was just no signal. The lions are still there, all 10 of them, but yeah, no luck showing them to you or finding signal to show them to you. On the other side, we actually have a couple of wildebeest coming down. Looks like 5 of them coming down to drink. I'm surprised there are no elephants here. It is definitely hot enough. Every now and then in the foreground in the water, you'll probably see or hear the one hippo. There should be 4 of them here. Quite a bit of fun the other day. The hippos were actually out of the water, and then they chased an elephant bull, and then the elephant bull went back to the herd, and the herd all chased the hippos back into the water. So it was quite fun. Anyway, we'll sit here for a little while, see what else pitches up for a drink. But for now, I'll send you to Cedric, who found his buffalo.
So we did find our buffaloes and lots of oxpeckers. There was something quite interesting on that buffalo where there was about, I would say, 20 oxpeckers on the back of one buffalo. I don't know if the oxpeckers was having a board meeting or it was quite nice to see. Unfortunately, they just left now. Yeah, so looks like we spent the day here. They're a little bit closer to the dam from when we left them this morning. So they probably moved a bit still, and now they're just lying there. Some of them are feeding, some of them are just relaxing. This one looked like I want to suckle, if I'm not mistaken. So we can suckle up to 15 months for the youngs. I'm also still looking for that big bull that I saw earlier. But didn't work what I saw earlier, I mean this morning. But I can't see, obviously the chance of seeing him again is very low as there's so many of them and he can be in the middle of the herd. Yeah, I'm really hoping that when it gets a bit cooler we might go to the dam which is right there and drink. It's quite a small dam, treehouse dam, so it would be quite amazing to see all of them going for that dam. You can feel also that summer is around. Obviously, because there's plenty of buffaloes around, there's lots of flies, and also the weather is warming up nicely. This is the reason also there's more flies. I'm very happy to have been able to spend some time with them this morning and also this afternoon. I don't think they will do too much now, so I think on our side we'll do maybe 1 or 2 segments here and then drive around Treehouse Dam quite close to here to see if there's anything and come back a bit later. That big bull we saw this morning had beautiful horns. I think it was the biggest I saw. And I saw some big one before, but that one seems to have been a little bit more like wow when I saw it for me. And the good thing is that if we go drink as well, I will have more chance to kind of look at every individual. When we are sitting like that in the block, it's very difficult to see all of them, obviously. But maybe when we go drink, we can try to find that big bull again. This one seems to be quite interested in us. Some of them can get a bit shy, and not shy, I mean more aware of the surrounding. Okay, so we sit there, we might move and come back a bit later. In the meantime, we will send you to Ali, who is with some ducks.
Not just Egyptian geese, we've got the little ones. Woo! We were just, as we were driving past, we saw something basically trying to run on top of the water. And then look at them. There's 5 of them. Ah, they're so adorable. So this pair has obviously done well for the season, and then we've got the 5 little ones. Hopefully they'll be able to make it. Now life is extremely harsh for them. There will be all sorts of things that will try to take the goslings. I mean, we've had Hosanna hunting a few of them. Crocs will get them. In some areas or in some dams, if you get big enough barbels, also they'll try to get them. And you know, servals and caracals and mythical creatures like that that apparently exist in these areas. But for now, can we just enjoy how little and how cute they are? It's very nice to see something small for once. Hopefully the beginning of many more little things that are gonna come with the onset of the rainy season and the springtime. That is so sweet. All of them following their parents. It's quite adorable when they do that.
Standing by. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a loud radio. Now they're in the shallow parts. I don't think they've been moved to the main side of the dam just yet. So, oh, there's a hippo. They're just on the far corner, and I think they likely had their nest here somewhere in the last couple of days. I don't know if anyone's seen them before. And I suspect this is one of their first trips around the water. Very cute. And you've got the 2 parents that are going to be looking after them, and then the female. Oh, okay. Everybody's getting into a feeding frenzy there. Obviously, there's something there. Oh, the little ones already know what to do, digging putting their beaks in the water and then just trying to feel for the particles or things that they might want to eat. Oh, okay. Where are you guys going? Come back.
I'm gonna try, and then as soon as
Look at those legs. They've got more legs than actual body. They seem quite big. I'm surprised we haven't seen them before. But I suppose when Egyptian geese are alarming, or not alarming, just calling in general, they're so loud in some areas that it's hard to actually, you know, they just start going and you're like, oh, you know, it's them again. And they're potentially very... Oh! It's almost like they don't know how to use their legs. I don't know which parent they're following around. The female is the one that's got the white in their chest. Not the chest, sorry. They've got normally like a dark patch. But I'm not sure, I can't see from here because we're just looking at them sideways. And they're being quite clever and taking the little ones where there's a lot of vegetation where they can hide a little bit better. So, where's the leopard hiding under the deck? Victoria, I agree, a very cute little family indeed. It's nice to see them around. Now all we have to wait is for Nsele to show us her cubs, Tlalamba to show us her cubs. Who am I missing? The Talamatis. And then we can have all sorts of little families for the springtime. That would be just lovely. They're actually so adorable. And I know, Egyptian geese can get quite annoying and they're very loud and we find them in all sorts of places, but look at them when they're little. At least pretty much everything is very cute when they're little. Even the little warthogs are cute when they're little. Let's see. Another thing they might have to look out for if it starts getting quite wet and hot might be pythons. Big African pythons that they are normally found around the water, and I would imagine that for them something like this would be quite a lovely snack to have as well, depending on the size of the python as well. Well, that was a nice surprise. Oh, going back into the water now.
Alright, I'll pull back to them. Thanks, Alvin.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hades halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
So we're still sitting at Clara Dam. The batelier flew off, the wildebeest left, the hippos are still in the water. But it's a very peaceful, calm spot. So I decided just to relax here, just for a little while, enjoy the shade. I think what I might actually do is just keep quiet for a little while, enjoy a little silent segment, because every now and then the hippos come up, you can hear them breathe, they're bellowing also. just sit here quietly, enjoying the calmness. A bushbuck and a baby bushbuck approaching from the other side of the dam. Oh, and they'll live for quite a while, I can imagine. Your larger mammals, rhinos, elephants, hippos, they'll all live, I can imagine, I can't give you a straight answer, but probably about 35, 40 years. I actually have to look that up for you. Shame the bushbuck not even coming to the water, so there must still be water left on the other side. Oh no, they're slowly still coming. Approaching very carefully, of course. All animals are quite skeptical about approaching watering holes. Never know what's lying in wait. Saying that, we had a leopard here 2 days ago. It hoisted an impala carcass into a tree just on the left of the Kalahari Dam, and the white dot female is actually below the tree. I was trying to jump in and steal the carcass. Luckily the tree isn't really large enough for a lioness to climb. Anyway, now we're going to leave Kalahari Dam, head up north, see if we can wait for a pack of wild dogs to come back further south. While we do that, Cedric has found a very tall animal and he's following that.
We found some giraffes. There's this young one there, and there's also an older female hiding behind the bushes. But a very nice surprise again for us. That looked like a young female. When they are young, it's a little bit more difficult to differentiate with the hair, but I saw underneath the belly there's this very tiny ball, but it might be the remain of the umbilical cord. Sorry about that. Yeah, but it looked like they want to cross in Little Gary. I'm just going to wait here because there's another one in front of me who might cross the road as well. One thing I've noticed is that they were looking in one direction, and I saw as well a kudu looking in the same direction. There's come maybe the mother actually crossing the road in front. It's always nice to spend time with giraffes, especially when they walk. It's very graceful. Most animals in the bush are very graceful. I would say one who is not very graceful, but I like one of the most, is the honey badger. They have a very angry and attitude. Unfortunately, the visual is not very good anymore. Okay, let me try to... Oh no, she's moving. She might cross the road actually on the other side there. So they're moving south towards the southern property. I had a question on another week that I was here, how many giraffes there are on Djuma. It is impossible to know on Djuma, but also there's no fence between all the properties that comprise the Sabi Sand, but also the Greater National Park. So to know exactly how many giraffe there will be in Djuma, it will change every day because the giraffe will cross from one property to another property. This is how it works here. But I'm sure they might have a number of the estimated number of giraffe on the Sabi Sands Game Reserve. But unfortunately I don't know that number. It was just to explain to you how it worked, the reserve here. So the animal can move freely between all the properties. I apologize, I think I might move on. Oh, they're going to cross there. And it is on Gary Main, there's quite a lot of vehicles driving around. Yeah, let me try to go forward, see if we can get a better look, otherwise we'll continue and see if there's anything in front of us. Some people enjoying their game drive there, very nice. Maybe we should do a last look of that little one there. Should do the last one there. Okay, we'll see if we can still have a look of them, but I think we're going to move into the block. So let's send you back to Ali at Chitwadam.
Well, seeing this morning we didn't manage to keep up with the female and her little one. We're very happy to have found another female and some more little ones. Seems like this one has got two warthogs, two offspring, and they're enjoying their afternoon grass, I would imagine. It seems like they're feeding on grass or perhaps even digging for some shoots and shrubs. They're actually very, very smart because we are just on the riverbank of the Molowanini, which is like the Molowati, mostly a dry riverbed all year round until the rainy season comes and we get too much rain. But around here, there's a lot of underground water, so everything in this area is going to be slightly greener than in some other places around the reserve, and therefore a little bit more palatable, perhaps even tastier than what these poor guys have had to deal with the past couple of months. So they've just been feeding all around here, and it's actually been quite nice just sitting them and enjoy them feeding over there. Oh, hello, little one. You see they've still got their mohawks looking very funny, or that crest on top of them, and that's just going to diminish sort of, or well, yeah, they won't be as hairy, or they perhaps will have a little bit more control over it when they get older. And then if you see their whiskers on the side, that's just for tusk mimicry, that's to ward off any potential predators by pretending that they've got very large tusks. The tusks of the hippo are a force to be reckoned with, and when they're doing exactly this, when they're feeding and opening and closing their mouth, it's particularly their lower tusks that are getting sharpened every time they do this. So although they seem, just like a little Pumbaa or a pig, they're actually quite deadly in their own way, and you'll see even leopards and lions have to think about how they want to approach the situation when they're trying to hunt warthogs, because they can hurt them and potentially fatally injure them if they just manage to hit them sort of in the right place. And a lot of the time you'll see some leopards or lions with some gashes maybe between their back legs or their forelegs, and sometimes those gashes come not from those predators hunting bigger prey, but for trying to bring down these little ones. Let's see if maybe we can determine if the youngsters are male or female. So the males will have an extra wart on their face just underneath the eyes to protect the eyes from when they fight for dominance and mating rights. So I see, well, the one on the right, definitely a male, as I can see another set of warts coming underneath the eyes. And then, well, obviously we've got the female, which is the one in the middle. And I can't tell the one on the far right. But you see that they've sort of got their elbows bent, and they've actually got some cartilage in that area that allows them to be on their to have their legs bent like that for many hours while they feed without actually hurting themselves. And some studies have shown that the development of this particular adaptation that will allow them to feed for many hours on end is actually, it starts in the fetal stage. So they're born like this, and they're particularly designed to be able to do this because they eat a lot of grass and shoots from the grass, so it's much easier for them to actually bend their front legs to then be able to be closer to the ground. It's much more convenient that way. Although they look like they're constantly doing yoga or something like that. I'm glad they finally moved into the greenery because they seem to be feeding on the stuff or the grass that was a little bit drier earlier. Also very clever. He's feeding away from the sun, so not facing the sunlight directly.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're just going to provide you with a small silence segment over here at the dam, and we'll watch what animals as well as birds come down to the water's edge. Let's see what comes in.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Cozy Bay here in Cape Town. We're watching the seals and the cormorants out there in the distance. Still a bit of nice sun peeking through the clouds, and it's me, Trishala. I've got Jason on camera. I'm a little wobbly on this particular rock, but I made it in time. Not the rock Jason wanted me to be on, though. I just couldn't make it in 30 seconds onto that rock. The tide is really, really high this afternoon, so we're pretty much limited to this set of rocks. It's not that it's particularly high tide. It is high tide, but not particularly. But there's quite a lot of surface current because it's been very windy today, and it's still quite windy. We're just nicely sheltered. So you can see these are the rocks that we were standing right at the edge of. in the past. In fact, we were doing that insect segment right on this rock here. But at the moment, it's getting covered very, very often by the ebbing and flowing of the water. So it's going to be low tide later on this evening, probably around 8:30 or so. Maybe even a little bit later. There we go. Oh, love it. Still don't mind hanging out at the beach though, even when conditions are a little rough like this. So I did say that we're in Cozy Bay, just not in the very cozy part of it, being a Sunday. Yeah, there's lots of people enjoying themselves. So we're out here on the rocks, where we can get a nice view through the rocks of the seals that are out there on their usual perch. And it seems that because of the weather, perhaps the cormorants have come in a little bit early. Normally they'll come in numbers, especially when the sun is setting. And we still have a couple hours left. It has been really windy and rainy today, but luckily we've got a gap, which is awesome. I'm actually hoping, today I've seen 2 whales, 2 humpback whales, not here, but I did see 2 humpback whales. So I'm hoping that maybe as we just sit here and watch, because we can't move too much, that maybe that's exactly what we need in order to see some whales. Lovely. So I'm going to take a seat now on my original rock, not the rock Jason wanted me to sit on, and I'm going to send you over to Ali in Djuma.
Nothing is stopping Rusty. No, goodbye.
Sorry about that little technical problem there. We were looking at the African hoopoe, but unfortunately just decided to leave again. Looks like all the hoopoes are doing that to us today. We had green wood hoopoes earlier, they left, and now we were looking at the African hoopoe, but left as well. But we'll try to find another one. I think this is part of birding. It's short sighting, but it's always interesting. So our plan now is just to go down this road and go on Weaver's Nest, see if we can find anything, and later on go back to Treehouse Dam. Hopefully the buffaloes will be drinking. Saying hello to some colleagues there. Yeah, so we're still looking for some bird just to do a continuity on the birds as well. I think it is quite nice. And there's one walking in the road in front of us, 2 actually. 2 very common birds that we get here. That's the red-bill hornbill and the Cape turtle dove. It is quite funny the way they walk. More like run. Looked like they found some food there. You see see, sometimes it's nice to stop and spend time on small things like that, and just look at the behavior of any small animal we have around. So there's a few types of hornbill that we found here. So this is the southern red-bill hornbill, there's the southern yellow-bill hornbill, the African grey hornbill, the ground hornbill, and the trumpet hornbill. I'm not sure if I missed any other hornbill. Looking for some insect probably underneath the dung there. Very nice to see. They will eat a bit of everything, the hornbills. There was even report of a southern yellow-bill hornbill feeding on a small bird. I never saw it myself, just saying what I heard. They will eat insects, fruit. So I'm just going to put the handbrake on. There we go. It is very cool to see them like that. You know, when you're a guide and you're driving around, the best what you try to do is not to disturb the animal in his current behavior. So this is actually what happened with us. He was walking on the road and just didn't care about us and continued doing what he wanted to do. That's always rewarding. Oh, so I've checked, I missed one hornbill. There's a crown hornbill as well. Okay, so we will see what this hornbill does. In the meantime, why don't you watch a beautiful clip of the coming expedition in the Masai Mara.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Okay, so we are finally on the move again. Oopsie, hello. Actually, we saw one of these going for a drink at Clara Dam. She was a female. This is a very large male. There's actually been so many giraffe on Ngala these days because all the knobthorns are flowering, so there's just too much food. Same thing with elephants. Strangely enough, whenever we have guests that ask, Ryan, I'd like to see a giraffe, we cannot find a single giraffe, and then we just see zebras everywhere. And then we get guests that ask, I'd like to see a zebra, and then you see giraffe everywhere, but no zebras. Anyway, we're going to leave this male giraffe, let him go feeding, and continue our way up north. There was a pack of our dogs, 18 of them, seen this morning on the Ngala airstrip. And they went a little bit south, slept for the entire day, but it sounds like they're on the move. So we don't have signal on the Ngala airstrip, but the good news is they are moving south and east. So I'm hoping that we can catch them on a boundary somewhere as they cross over, probably into Kruger National Park, which is now on our right-hand side, which is why we are heading northwest on the boundary with Kruger National Park. Luckily, we've got a cloud obstructing the sun, so it's not that bad anymore. And we both survived the afternoon. Probably hear a lot of wind because all the wind is blowing from the north. into the south, so right into my camp. Okay, but we're going to continue making our way, trying to see if we can spot these wild dogs. But for now, I'll send you over to Tswalu, who's on the beach.
A wild wave sighting. That's what's happening on this end. Lots and lots and lots of waves. No whales just yet, but lots of seals out in what Mr. Wild says is Seal Island. It certainly is an island of seals. Well away from the crashing waves, especially for the juveniles. Remember, we saw quite a few of them, especially when the weather's really rough, lots of wind, or there's any storms. A lot of the juveniles wash up and get caught between the rocks and things. We found a number of them. None today, but we have found them in the past. One I found here at Cozy Bay, the other one I found with you guys there at St. James as well. Now these Cape fur seals look like such a wonderful seal cuddle puddle, kind of like our lion cuddle puddles, but just of seals, occasionally lifting up their heads to check out what's going on around them. There hasn't been much research done into the relationships that they build within colonies or anything like that, and like I said to you before, they don't actually have many boundaries in terms of colonies, because once they're out at sea, which is where they spend the majority of their lives, they can mix up. You may find one member that's ordinarily on that rock, now on this rock. So there aren't any clear, distinct boundaries between colonies. And I haven't read about many relationships that are formed within them, apart, of course, from dominant males and collecting those females in their harem when it comes time for mating. But they are unique in the sense that they're all quite okay with touching. They don't mind, like dominant males, once they've sorted out themselves and their territories. It's fine when they don't have territories to be touching like this. And the same goes for females, because remember that females are also establishing territories when they want to give birth. So the Cape fur seal, which is the one that we're looking at now, is the Octocephalus piscilis. So I'm telling you this because there's a distinction. So the Octocephalus piscilis is the South African or the southern or Cape fur seal. And the Australian fur seal, which is a subspecies, sometimes it's not even a subspecies, sometimes it's just grouped together as the Cape fur seal or the brown fur seal. But technically, as a subspecies, that is the Octocephalus piscilis doryferus. So those are two subspecies, and there are some differences, mostly in terms of the structure of their skull, but also in terms of their mass and sometimes their coats. But the differences are so small that it's often just grouped as one species. Anyway, we'll learn more about them and enjoy the waves in a bit.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton, he's a big unit. Got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And yeah, we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go.
We are with a limping buffalo at Treehouse Dam. That doesn't look very good. Obviously we'll be a bit stressed. We arrived here and it's the first time that we see him move now, so I didn't know he was limping. So while driving here, I saw the buffaloes from the other side of the riverbed look like they might be moving east. I was thinking maybe they don't really want to drink here. They might prefer go to Twin Dam, which is not that far for them. But I assume this one, because it's limping, was probably quite thirsty and just came here to drink. Saying that, I might be wrong. We never know, we might just turn around and come drink here. Don't know if you can hear them in the distance. This one is not very comfortable with us being here now. You can see the head shake there. So as soon as I can, I will just reverse a little bit just to give him a bit more space. It's not nice for them when they are injured. They feel a bit helpless. So, but as you can see there, we're still quite far from him. Obviously on the camera right, look a little bit further. We might just turn on the dam wall and go that direction. You have to be careful sometimes with buffaloes. Especially when they are injured, they can be quite grumpy. Very sad to see him limp like that, so I apologize to the sensitive viewers. Not sure how he got his injury. Maybe in a fight. Or he ran and... oh, shame. It's like another dog, man. It's a bit sad to see one they limp like that, but it's part of the bush, The only issue for him, he might be an easy target for the lions if the lions come around. But as we say, it's the survival of the fittest here. So the fittest and the strongest survive, and the weak and injured animals generally are get taken out. Okay, so we'll see what the buffalo does. I really hope that they come drink right here instead of going to Twin Dam, because that will take them a long time to get there. In the meantime, we'll send you to JP, who's on a bushwalk.
bushwalk, we were just about to share some facts about the russet bush willow before we got disturbed by some elephants that walked straight down the footpath towards us. We quickly had to avoid them and go to the opposite side of a drainage line. However, we are now back, and we're going to tell you a little bit about this wonderful plant. So as it's spring, we noticed that a large number of plants are actually starting to flower in the last week. However, species such as the knobthorn has been flowering already since June. But every single knobthorn tree at the moment has flowers on. These flowers will eventually become pollinated, and then we'll see that they will form these little red-brown seed pods, which is referred to as a samara. And they've got a four-winged pod, which is one of the characteristics which separates from the close relatives, which is called the terminalias. This tree is also quite often confused for a red bush willow. However, the seed pods are a darker red-brown in color compared to the red bush willow, which has got a light red coloration to the seed pod. The leaves are also slightly darker green and more rounded at the tip, where the tip of the red bush willow is slightly sharper. Both of these trees are quite often used for the making of traditional fighting sticks, which is referred to as a knopkiri, and these are often used by little cattle herders, which protects the cattle while they're out there in a field, and to protect themselves against predators as well as unwanted people that might want to harm them. Some of the other uses for this plant is actually to use the roots. If you've got stomach problems, it's a very effective way of cleaning out the bowels if you need to clean out your stomach. We also can make a tea from the seed pods. However, the inner seed needs to be removed, as this is regarded to be toxic. We often find that vervet monkeys will also feed on these seed pods. It, however, doesn't seem to bother them in any way. Another interesting fact that I find about the combretums is that they can all release chemicals into the air, which will then be picked up by same species of combretum, and in return they will also push up their tannin levels. This happens when they are browsing. We were watching this earlier this morning when we were looking at a number of giraffe. The giraffe was all walking directly into the wind, deliberately to slow down this process and to prevent the trees from warning one another. Tannin, unfortunately, is not very palatable to most browsers, as it binds the food inside the stomach and prevents the digestion of it. From here, we're going to start slowly walking back towards the dam, and we're going to see if we can maybe capture a beautiful sunset for this evening. But let's go and see what Trishala is up to.
Oh, we still have a bit of time before our sunset, so you'll get to catch two sunsets today, hopefully. One with JP and one with me. We're still watching our seals here, and I have a question from Erok. Erok wants to know, how do these seals get up on those large rocks? So I'm sure you've heard the expression seals hauling themselves onto the rocks. Quite literally, they do haul themselves. That image you have on in your mind of them kind of thrusting them off, you know, with lots of energy, kind of swinging themselves onto the rock. They do kind of do that, but that's more just to get some grip on the rock. So their flippers are not covered in fur, so it's a more like a skin type of material, and that allows them more grip, offers them a lot more grip than fur does. So what it does is, especially at high tide, it's easier for them to move onto the rocks, because then they use the current to help them lurch forward and onto the rocks. But they don't need to do that. They'll just enter or start the climb at the lowest point of the rocks, where they can easily get out of the water. So we don't really know what the other side of these rocks look like, but I have seen seals jump off these smaller rocks and just behind where they are now come back on, where that one is just lifting up its head. And also, fur seals are quite mobile. So fur seals are slightly different to true seals. Fur seals have a little ear thingy-majiggies. That's not the correct word. The correct word is pinnae, which are external ear parts. And true seals don't have that. So your elephant seal or your leopard seal, they have smooth heads. They don't have any external ear parts. So that sets them apart from true seals. The other thing that sets them apart from true seals is their ability to be quite mobile on land. So they can move their front flippers quite extensively, and they're very large. And they can also move their back flippers very well. They can actually rotate the flippers in a way that allow them to move their body and kind of in a caterpillar-like, inchworm-like movement. You probably would have seen it. It's quite similar to California sea lions. That was something, right? We're perched up quite high, so it's quite nice to see all this craziness going on below us, much like the seals, right? Away from a lot of the waves.
Alrighty, well, our Chitwa search for the Maribs and Thandi didn't yield any results. So I think I'm actually going to go back and see if perhaps we can, corrugations, if we can get lucky with anything around sort of Torchwood area, go scratch around there. See if perhaps they've actually been behind the dam wall or just hiding anywhere in there. We'll just have to go in and see. It seems like it's overall a fairly quiet day out there today. Not too many things. It seems like the cats are a little bit on the shy side, at least the ones that are within our traverse range are the ones that we tend to follow the most. Yes, sorry, I just want to go that way to then make my way towards Torchwood. Hopefully we'll be able to see something there, and if not, then we'll go exploring. Who knows? Who knows who'll be there? It seems like Thandi is doing a bit of a ping pong lately between Chitwa and Torchwood because they're not too far from one another, the dam and then the Torchwood, so she tends to cross the main roads and just bounce between the two. So it doesn't seem like Maribs is anywhere around the dam wall, or not the dam wall, the Chitwa dam. So now we're going to try ping-ponging on the other side, see if maybe we can find anything there. We might be surprised, who knows?
Currently entering a beautiful scene at Treehouse Dam. Another buffalo came to drink. Looked like he was limping as well, so maybe those buffaloes who stick behind prefer to come drink before the cows start around the dam. They can drink a lot of water, up to 35 liters in one go. They have been drinking for a while now. Can just imagine how much water he's taking in. It is very bright where we are now because we're facing the sun, and the reflection of the sun on the water is actually very, very strong. I can't even look in that direction now, but it is very beautiful. I can see some more buffaloes also coming closer to the dam, so I'm really hoping that more of them will come drink now, and we can just sit here and watch that. There's some impalas also drinking on the left hand side of the dam. Just there. No, just in front of us there. Yeah, we were focusing on the other side of the dam, but you can see there's some impalas there. It's not the best angle, it is behind us. But it is a good place to be. That reflection of the sun is very, very strong. Impalas drink much quicker than the buffaloes. It's like we're going away already. What you're seeing now, it's one of our antennas, so I apologize for that. And the buffalo is still there drinking. You can see the reflection of the sun, how bright it is now. I think those buffaloes that I can see in front of us might come down here. They're starting to look at us here, just to check if it's safe. Hopefully they will come down to drink. They're all in the block there. If they come drink, I might reverse a bit, just to give them a bit of space on the dam wall if they want to cross. But it would be a very nice spot to be. So I'm really hoping they're going to come drink. Can you imagine if it can drink up to 35 liters of water in one go? And a big herd like that, obviously the 35 liter would be for the big buffaloes, but you can imagine how much water is needed for a big herd like this one. Okay, while we stay here and see what those buffalo does, we will send you in Cape Town. Trishala is looking at the high tide coming in.
Normally when I tell you, let's take a moment to gaze out at the ocean and relax. Well, that's not what I normally say, but this time I'm going to tell you, let's look out at this wave action and get excited because it's just so energizing. There's so much movement. Oh, there's a big one coming through. Come on, crash on these rocks. Guys, when we were sitting here, there were ones that were like 3 times bigger than that. It feels like I'm watching sport when I watch these waves come in, hoping they're going to be like, you know, someone hitting a 6, if you're a cricket fan. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. Are you going to be the one? Woo! There we go. This is fantastic. This is raw energy that you're seeing here. Get excited, get pumped. Think about all these animals that have to withstand this wave action along these rocks. Normally when we come through here, it's not really the peak of high tide. Oh, that's a goodie. Jason wanted to go stand out on those rocks. Normally when we come here, it's, low to medium tide. But this is about the highest I've seen the tide here at Cozy Bay. And it just makes me think of all those animals we've explored in these rocks that we've spoken about, that myself and Pokey had brought to your attention, all of them having to deal with this severe wave action at the moment. And all the adaptations to deal with it. The sound of these waves are so entire. I can hear these really low bass-like sounds as well as the high-pitched sound of them hitting the rocks. Reminds me of being with elephants. Oh, it's calmed down now, but it really excites me. I hope that you guys get energized and excited by it too.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. Luckily, we don't have the challenges of dealing with a tide over here. However, our water hole is becoming smaller and smaller as the winter is progressing. We're going to sit here for a short while and just enjoy that beautiful sunset. Good afternoon, Megan. I can never tire from sunsets and sunrises. It's absolutely my favorite time of the day. And if it wasn't for them, I probably would have packed up guiding a long time ago. And then after, the other thing that really stands out for me is the night skies. Other than sunsets, the beauty of the stars also always captivates me. Good afternoon, HH, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is. It's probably one of the greatest parts of the day for photography, especially both in the early morning and the late afternoon. Some of the most beautiful photos I've taken actually was during these periods of time. I can have some memories of the Drakensberg Mountains where I used to get up very early in the morning, climb up to the second section and then take photos. I also got many fond memories of winter in the Nwanetsi concession with beautiful golden light like this, and the copper color of the grass, and the blue skies, and elephants moving through them. But it doesn't matter where I go, wherever I am, wherever I can find a sunset or a sunrise, I'm always happy.
I have a degree in environmental planning and development. My passion is outdoor classrooms. We are not only grooming the environmentalists of tomorrow, but tomorrow's leaders as well. My long-term goal is for the people of South Africa to learn how to live sustainably and to be able to look after themselves and the environment. So I hope that through environmental education, we are able to get that message to the future generation of South Africa so that they start now and can continue that good practice in the future. Environmental education is critical so that people can live sustainably in the future. That is my long-term goal.
Competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We're watching now the sun as it softens. We've still probably got another 45 minutes or so before it really ducks behind the horizon. And all these cormorants coming in. Oh, this is lovely. This is one of those moments that I really enjoy when we sit out here, watching the various birds fly in from all different directions. I often see them flying in kind of like airplanes, you know, depending on the wind, it's easier for them to land in certain ways. Sometimes you see the birds doing that. They'll go past the rock and then turn and then use the wind to help them land. From here I can't tell which cormorants they are, but it's most likely that they're Cape cormorants. Oh, so many coming in. I see more coming in on that side. And we're so close to the ocean, but we can still hear the motorbike. At least the cormorants don't seem to mind. I see one cormorant engaging in the usual feather drying display. You can see it's got its wings open and towards the sun, trying to dry off those feathers. Now, like most birds that dive, they can't have too oily a preen secretion. So when they're preening themselves, their preening gland, they do have a preening gland, but the secretion is not very oily. And they also don't use too much of it. And that's because if it's oily, it means that it adds to their buoyancy and it disallows them to dive as well. But they do have different layers of feathers. It seems like it shouldn't be a contentious issue, but it is among scientists, and I guess more research has to be done with them. But some people say that their feathers are waterproof. I don't think that that's true, because if it were true, they wouldn't sit there drying themselves off religiously after coming back from feeding and diving. Other sources say that it's semi-permeable, but it doesn't get down to the downy feathers that are closer to the body to keep them warm. While others say that it's totally permeable and that it gets really waterlogged, and they need that waterlogged feathers in order to help them dive. I think that semi-permeable is probably my educated opinion there, considering the research that I've done. Because it just makes sense, just like an African darter that you have seen hopefully at Chitwa sometime soon, stands there with its feathers out and it dries itself, because if it's too oily and it's too waterproof, that means that it won't be able to dive properly. And cormorants have been recorded diving to depths of about 45 meters. That is massive. What a feat. These particular cormorants, I'm not sure how far Cape cormorants have gone, but the cormorant, what is the word I'm looking for? Record is about 45 meters. If you watch them fly, it's also quite interesting. They look like they're putting in a lot of effort. Hopefully one will come fly through in a moment. One's just landed. But they do put in a lot of effort. There we go. Well, hopefully we'll see one coming in quite nicely, and we can chat just about the energy that they expend as they move through the air compared to the water.
So here at Djuma we are still at Treehouse Dam. We are having a lot of patience here because they literally didn't move, except for these two big bulls that look quite, both of them injured. As you can see, the one walking at the back, and the one on the left was the one we were watching earlier when we just arrived at the dam, drinking and limping. Now the herd is coming not really closer to us. They're still in the same spot in front of us there. But I can see much more coming down on the right hand side in the little drainage line there. So I'm not sure if we're going to come drink or just continue feeding and go drink later. On my side, all of what I wanted to do now is wait here and see all of them coming, a bit like apparently what you saw yesterday with Ellie, coming to drink with the excitement. But we can't complain. We're watching also a beautiful sunset where we are, and we are alone here. There's no other vehicles, so it's very quiet. It is really a privilege to be able to do and see what we see. For those of you who didn't experience it, please, if you can, come visit the African bush and the African wild. Cape Town, where Tswalu is also, it's very, very nice. Was a tin buck running there? It was maybe spooked by something. Can't see it anymore. What a beautiful scene here. Would have been much better though with the buffaloes drinking. But we can't control that. I think if the herd continue, move on toward the east, we might also move on our side and maybe do Zoe's Road, look for something like a leopard maybe on that side. It would be nice to end that way, but anyway, I really enjoy this afternoon drive on our side with all the birding we did, and the water monitor was very nice. It's not finished yet, we still have just under 1 hour to go, around 1 hour. So I'm sure we can find lots of animals. Ever you saying that the buffaloes have been spoiling us lately? Yes, very, very nice. I think the sighting you got yesterday was amazing at the dam. I was hoping for a similar one here, but it looked like they're not really thirsty yet. But it's always nice when they are on the property, and there's lots of beneficial stuff coming with it. It's sometimes the lions like to follow them, so then the lions will come back on Djuma. So it's always nice to have buffaloes around. So as you can see, they're not moving too much now, they're just staying there, and there's more of them that moved to the east. So they don't drink at the same time every day. At the beginning of the week we found a herd of buffalo at the dam as well, at the dam camp, and it was already dark. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday the buffaloes was drinking when it was still daylight, like around this time. So it's all depends on their mood and how thirsty they are. Yeah, I can see on the right hand side, I can see more of them moving east. Maybe they might decide to just go towards Twin Dam. I'm not sure. You will see there's lots of them on the right hand side there. They might be coming from that side, the rest of the group, but it's a bit a long way to do it. I didn't find the big one I saw this morning yet, so we'll keep looking for it. Hopefully I will be able to see that big one again, when I will be very happy if I can show you from the front. That would be very nice.
the waves seem to be getting just a little bit rougher. It seems that the actual kind of angle has changed a little bit, and it's crashing quite hard on our little island of seals. But what a stunning scene altogether. I think it's a good time to take one of those moments where we take a few deep breaths and enjoy this movement. It's freeing.
Yeah, so look like we're coming a little bit more in the opening towards us. So that can be a good sign. But it didn't seem that they are thirsty yet, because if they were thirsty they would have definitely been at the dam already. Oh, a pied kingfisher just missed a fish on the left hand side, sorry about that. It went on the tree there. It just dived next to us in the water. So this is the one we were, I think this morning we were here with him. Sorry, so much of excitement around while we look at the buffaloes. The pied kingfisher almost made a kill. Just to continue a bit our birding for this afternoon. There it goes. Not sure where it's going, but it's going quite far. Maybe it's going to Phinda. Or is leaving for the night. And there's the buffaloes. Now they're definitely coming in this direction. I just hope we will have enough time left until we get to the water, because we're moving very, very slowly. Look like we're more interested in eating now. Maybe they will eat and they will come drink later tonight.
join the session.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we'll be a bit patient again and see what it does. And in the meantime, we'll send you to Trishala, who's watching the tide getting higher and higher.
Oh, Cedric, it certainly is getting very intense and I love it. But I think that it's starting to lower its intensity, just ever slightly. I'm going to try and not mention that again because of course it'll try and show me up. But here we are watching these cormorants. I said let's talk a little bit about their biology. And the one thing that I wanted to mention to you that I think is such an interesting thing, and you know how I really enjoy evolutionary biology, and especially the expenses that species have to pay up, you know. And when it comes to cormorants, it's interesting because they basically are one of the animals that expend the most energy. They really are at the top in terms of how much energy they expend for their lifestyle, and that's because they have to switch between mediums. They have to switch between flight and then moving through the water. And that's why in at least 5 different lineages, bird lineages, seabird lineages to be specific, flightlessness has evolved as a secondary evolution or a secondary movement. So things like penguins, for example, have completely moved on to being flightless, and that means that they expend less energy because their adaptations are totally dedicated to movement in the water. And movement in the water requires different things than movement in the air. Now, cormorants do both. So they have to expend a lot of energy to get up into the air, and then a lot of energy to dive. So it's kind of like it's not as if they can get relief by flying or relief by diving. Both of them take so much effort from these animals that they are really right at the top when it comes to the amount of energy that animals, not just birds, animals, expend to maintain their lifestyle. And when you watch them fly in, you can see that they don't have the same kind of, they don't move with the same kind of ease that you see many other birds flying with. And birds that you find birds that fly that are coastal birds or seabirds, they often have quite large wingspans in order to navigate the intense winds that are found on the coastlines. And if you look at the cormorants, they don't actually have too long a wingspan, but then when they're diving, that helps them. So there's this massive trade-off that's going on between the two lifestyles that they want to be equally good at. I think seabirds, or more correctly coastal birds in the case of cormorants, have had so much working going on, so much evolutionary pressure from the environments and the different environments that they need to dominate in order to live. But nevertheless, even though there's this high expenditure, so much energy and metabolism that's very high, all this oxygen that has to be used to sustain both their lifestyles, despite that, they've still found a niche that has allowed them to be tremendously successful. I really respect them as a species for that kind of fine, very fine line that they're managing to tread. Oh, there they go, they fly in. Can you see that it is a bit of a struggle? There's a lot of wing flaps. More wing flaps mean more energy. If they had longer, larger wings, they wouldn't have to flap that much. Larger, longer wings, then they would have struggle diving. Would have a struggle diving. I really, really enjoy that. And it must be a really intense pressure, a really intense evolutionary pressure, because at least I said at least 5 of those bird lineages have independently, that's an important note too, independently evolved flightlessness. That's how intense that pressure is. So there's so much going on in those little bodies. Our sun now is moving closer and closer to the horizon. Our waves are still crashing against the rocks, but things seem to be settling in for the evening here at Cozy Bay.
Hi, we are Yaku and Malani. We are from Gauteng in South Africa. We started watching WildEarth last year during the level 5 lockdown, and we've been watching ever since.
Being in nature is one of the greatest feelings. We absolutely love it. Our favorite thing about WildEarth is that the concept is so amazing. We have the benefit of having a wildlife safari in the comfort of your home, especially when you're not allowed to go out. Being part of the Wildlife Explorer program gives us a sense of giving back and contributing to nature. It just makes us feel good because we love it so much. We are so excited to be visiting Ngoma. It is obviously, I think for most people, an absolute dream to visit the Masai Mara. We can't wait to go.
Thank you very much for this amazing prize, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these 2 cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So success, that's good. One thing I'm very confused is that why we decided to go over the dam wall and go drink where it is the steepest part of the dam. So we positioned ourselves to get the flat part directly opposite of us, and we decided to go like the more uncomfortable way for them to go drink. But maybe it's just the angle they prefer to be in, that angle with their head lower, make it easier to drink. But at least we were patient enough to see them come drink. So what happened is that we came on the other side of the dam because we were getting closer, and I wanted to leave space at the flat area of the dam on the right hand side there where some of them came now. Looks like some of them are walking in the dam to drink. I might have, if there's more coming, I might have to reverse a little bit because they might go all around the dam and I'm quite close to the water here. This is very cool. I know it is quite the same as yesterday afternoon, but it's a completely different scene, a different dam. I think different lightning as well. Maybe yesterday was a bit earlier when we came to drink, but it's always nice to see buffaloes coming to drink. I think it's the fact that they are so big and there's so many of them. Markish, are you saying what a beautiful herd? Yes, it is a very big herd. I didn't see the whole herd yet because they were in the block, so there was so many of them. But I'm not sure if they are all together since yesterday or if they're separated. But it is a very nice herd indeed. So you can see now they're starting to go all around the dam. I might have to reverse a little bit to give them some space if there's no more space for them on the other side. It is a good problem to have. But obviously I want to give them priority. But there's a nice spot a bit higher where we can still see them as well. You can see it was a very hot day today even for them, well, especially for them. Can hear one lapwing not really happy there. It's a blacksmith lapwing. The reason is that because they nest on the ground, they are worried that the buffaloes will walk on their eggs or nest. I'm not sure if they have eggs actually at this time of the year, but they like to protect the area. So many of them. I still can't see the big one we saw. It's getting a bit dark now, so it's a bit difficult to see when it's a bit far. There's one coming quite close to us there. And there's a big traffic at the back. So many buffaloes, just keep on coming, amazing. Yes, now to have a good chance for predators to attack them. It all depends if the predators are around, but when animals drink, they're normally more vulnerable because they don't look around, they're focusing on drinking. So if there was lions around, could have been a good opportunity. But because there's so many of them, the lions will be spotted very quickly, and also the herd will defend themselves and push the lions away. It happened lots of time when lions try to hunt buffaloes, and the buffaloes push the lions away. But for example, if you look at smaller animals, or more like less of them together, like impalas, it's very stressful time for them when they drink, because they can't see behind them, and if there's a predator, it's a good opportunity for the predator to catch the animal. And also in some areas you have some crocodiles as well, so the animal will have to focus on the crocodiles. Okay, so I think there's more coming on our side. We're just going to reverse a bit to give it a little bit of space. I don't want to block that area where we can come drink, so I'm just going to reverse on the road a bit at the back there. And it's also quite a bit higher, so it might be nice to see. That'd be fine, Darren? There's more of them coming. I'm just going to announce on the radio quickly. Gas station, there's lots of Nyaris having a pooza at treehouse down there. Keep on coming, it is quite amazing. So many of them. I'm not sure how much they are, but like we probably can see at the moment 200 maybe? About 200 at the moment that we can see. Maybe a little bit less. It's very difficult to count, obviously. Okay, so we'll spend a bit more time with them, and in the meantime we'll send you to Rowan in Ngala.
So it seems these are the only animals that are actually in a signal area. So we've come back to half of the Birmingham Pride. So in the picture we've got 8 animals. We are missing 1 Ross male and 1 lioness. All the cubbies are lying there in the middle. Actually one's got its head up, staring at us every now and then. But the rest are all snoozing. They've now come out of the shade, just lying down in the grass. And behind them is the Ross male. It blends in so well you can barely see him. But we had a nice afternoon. Managed to find wild dogs. There were 7 adults and 11 youngsters, but sadly they never came far enough south for us really to get signal. So they kept running south, then they started chasing hyena west, and we decided, okay, no, leave them. They're not going to come south at all this afternoon. So we might try again in the morning, see if they come anywhere close to a signal area, and then we'll go look for them again. So one of the lionesses now framed up. I think the other Ross male should still be around here somewhere. We just can't see him. It's the issue, when they lie down like this, they blend in so well. And Johan and I drove in here, and both of us were looking to the left where we left them. Just couldn't see a single thing. And about 50 meters forward, boom, they're right next to the 2-track that we made this morning. But very relaxed. Interesting to see if they go hunt again tonight. And what's on the menu? That lioness that has the 3 older cubs, she took down a baby giraffe 2 nights ago, but a very small baby giraffe. There's a baboon barking around us, and the one cub just popped its head up very quickly. Got a fraud. Shame. So yeah, that's one of the youngest cubs. So it's a sibling of this one that was killed by them berry males. But yeah, such is nature. As much as it sucks, it happens all the time out here in the wild. And there's just nothing that human beings can do about it. A bit of stretching going on. Other than that, not too much movement. See, again, today was very, very, very hot. So they'll probably sleep for quite some time. See the Ross male's rolling over. There we go. He always looks so comfortable. He actually looks like he's rubbing his chest. Rubbing his belly a little bit every now and then. You can actually hear the baboon alarm calling. I don't think it's an alarm call. I actually think it's a male baboon fighting with some of the youngsters, which happens often. Yeah. Right, so we're going to let them be, let them snooze. Maybe catch up with them again in the morning.
Yeah, so we had to reverse even more because they're coming all around on both sides from the dam. So I don't want to get caught in the middle of a herd, then we might be quite stuck here. As I would like to try for some nocturnal animals as well now. I can hear 2 of them, I think, fighting in the distance. I don't know if you can hear sometime a loud bang. I can't see them because we are behind a termite mound, but I can definitely hear them fighting hard. Yeah, I might have to reverse a little bit here. Yeah. Sorry about that, like there's 2 bullfighting and it is quite dark. We don't want them to bump into us. I'm just reversing a little bit and giving them space. Some trees came falling towards us now. Actually, it is a bit steep where I am now. Looks like they stopped fighting, but I think what we do. So what we're going to do now is maybe carry on, go check some nocturnal animal. We'd love to see some owls or any other animals. And it is getting a bit dark, so it's not the best to look at them also with the IR. You get a bit of a fright there, Darren. Yeah, so we're going to carry on and hopefully we can find you some nocturnal animals.
dun 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 dun. That's the seal.
Nice.
Did you just see me doing my seal dance, everybody? I hope not, because I had nothing except live, and I was busy doing my seal dance like this. Well, now you saw it if you didn't see it before. That's the abridged version, what you just saw. Anyway. At least that's what you get when I don't know I'm live. It's a seal dance. Or me singing about finding a leopard or something along those lines. Anyway, we're having a last couple views of our seals. And the beautiful sound of the crashing waves. Interestingly, there's a seal that's on its own on one of those rocks. But it looks quite wet. Quite shiny. It tells me it's quite wet, so I wonder if it just jumped down and swam away, or maybe it's just swam onto the rock, in which case it would be cool if it swam to the rest of the seals, although it looks like it settled in quite nicely there. And it doesn't seem to be showing any interest in moving. Balto Hacked, you wanted to know what whether the water is cold here. In my books, absolutely. Actually, in any sane person's book, these waters are cold. Today is 15 degrees Celsius, the water. The coldest I've experienced it so far since I've been here is about 13. So definitely an improvement at 15 degrees Celsius today. Come on, seal, you can do it. I don't particularly need to all group together. It's just a behavioral behavior. It's just a behavior that they've gotten used to, and that obviously doesn't harm them in any way and potentially helps them. But they have sufficient fur and sufficient fat to make sure that they're nice and warm. So it's not in the same way as lions or puppies cuddle up to one another. So perhaps there's no need for it to join the rest of the colony for now. Or maybe it also watched my seal dance and was horrified and tried to get it furthest away from me as it possibly could, with still being in contact with its colony. Oh, is that another one that's just joined it? Or is it just the back of it that I'm seeing? That's quite cool, watching some seal movement instead of them just lying in a clump. There's two. Jason's sitting, obviously, further inshore than I am. That's how you're able to see me. He says it looks like there's two. Now, I'm not sure if the that I'm hearing is the small party that's going on the road, or if it's the seals. Or hopefully all you can hear is the wonderful sounds of the ocean. This beautiful setting sun. This is just stunning. Over on the other side, not a bad way to spend an afternoon. I wonder if you can notice the difference between when we started here and now. I mean, apart from the fact that the sun is setting. But all the kelp fronds are now showing, which means that the tide is starting to go out. High tide is over. And we're starting to see all the fronds again. Isn't this just beautiful? What a wonderful way to end our time at Cape Town for this Sunday afternoon. And from us here in the Cape Town team, we'll see you tomorrow again.
So after leaving those buffaloes, there was buffaloes for those who didn't see it. There was buffaloes fighting not far from us, and we could hear it, but we couldn't see it. And suddenly one tree went falling about 10 meters, 15 meters from us, but these buffaloes was getting a bit too close while fighting, so we decided to leave the area. So I'm currently looking for nocturnal animal, but I have a little issue with my spotlight. It's not working, unfortunately. So we're not too far to quarantine and the camp, so I will try to stop if we have time to try to fix it. But otherwise, for my last drive, if I don't see you again tonight, it was great. I hope you enjoyed the sighting we did with the buffaloes, and I really enjoyed also the birding earlier. Hopefully you guys also did enjoy the birding that we do. Hopefully when I'm back, I'm sure I will continue doing some nice segment on bird. It would be nice. Yeah, so quarantine, I wanted to check quarantine to try to find a white-tailed mongoose, but with my little spotlight issue it will be difficult, but we will try, we never know. You know, working in the bush sometimes can be quite tricky, as you know, especially reporting live. There's always small details that can happen. Oh, I really like quarantine. The colors here after the sunset is really beautiful. It is a bit dark now, so I'm not sure if you can see. But it is nice and open with a light at the back. And of course what I like the most is that we often see white-tailed mongoose here. One thing I'm still looking, it's a Vero's eagle owl. Okay, so while we continue to camp and see if I can fix my spotlight, otherwise we'll drive around and see if we can find anything. Let's have a look at our coming expedition in 2022 in the Masai Mara.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more.
Oh, I see there's a dip ahead of us, so I'm gonna stop here just to give everyone a bit of an update. So we've been fighting gremlins for quite a while, but also fighting Thandi and Mareebs. So we managed to fight off the gremlins, and in the words of Elton, who's in our ears today, whoop whoop, so at least there was that. But Thandi and Mareebs were seen by one of the groundsmen on Torchwood. They were seen drinking from the dam. So we were wondering if perhaps they weren't really sneaky and then just have been chilling there since we last saw them in the last couple of days. But then he said that they went behind the dam wall and then carried on walking south. So we've been checking that area pretty much in all the spots that we can think of. Unfortunately, it was already as the sun had already gone down. So very hard to see some tracks. We kind of found some tracks and followed in that general direction, but couldn't find them. So that's Thandi and Marieb's for this afternoon. Good to know that they're still together though. And it at least gives us an idea of where to start looking for them tomorrow morning. Because maybe she's got a kill somewhere and then she's just, maybe it could have happened that she just left him by the dam wall. She went, did her thing, made another kill, and now that she's come back to fetch him to take him to another kill. Perhaps in Chitwa, perhaps further south in Torchwood. Not too sure, perhaps they're still around there. There were two of us looking for them, but unfortunately, no luck. So maybe tomorrow we'll have a bit of better luck with our spotted friends. And as luck would have it, they will normally all come together, all the lions and all the leopards together tomorrow.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. Almost like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So there's a spotted hyena in front of us. We're actually on our way back to tent camp, and I wanted to stop close by anyway to see if we can hear this new male leopard rasping. Anyway, and then yeah, he just popped up in front of us, or she. A bit hard to tell from here. Actually looks quite large, so most likely a female. Stranger's got its mouth opened. Wonder if it was maybe chasing something or running away from something. But now it's just stopped and listening. It's a very large animal. For those of you that haven't seen hyenas before, it's a lot bigger than you expect them to be. Oh, it's calling. I don't know if you can hear the low growl.
going to keep quiet for a moment, see if he does it again. In this light, quite a fierce looking animal, but during the day when you find them, they've got their eyes are a lot softer than cat eyes. The glint in the eye doesn't work. Very low growl again. Maybe she's just on territorial patrol. Pretty sure we'd be able to hear her from Tinted Camp later tonight. Or she might just pay us a visit. Hammond is saying the hyena looks tired. Hammond, I'm not going to argue with that. I think after the heat of today... Oh, look, there's a whole pack of them on the road. I think after today, all hyenas will be tired. Every single animal, even Johan and I, are tired. There's another one further along where that one's going now. I was focused on the monitor, trying to see, because of course we're in IR now, so I can't really see what's in front of me. And then when I switched on my lights, there were 4 of them on the road. Okay, so this one's heading in the same direction. A lot younger than the first one you saw. See, more spotty, but more furry, not as bold just yet. So venturing in the same direction. Both of those are youngsters. Quite eerie when you just see the eyes gleaming through the long grass. I mean, with the naked eye, I cannot see anything there at all. Can't hear them, can't see them. They're just a phenomenal predator. Of course, bad rep for being scavengers, but out here you have to do whatever you can to survive. Incredible hunters. I mean, we've had a few cases now of hyenas killing Ngala, kudu, even a buffalo not too far from camp. So definitely able to hunt themselves. So that one now behind the bush turned around, and the one that was on the road has now actually gone off the road. So I think eventually all of them will follow each other, following the large female that we saw first. But now I'm quite aware, so I keep looking in front of me to see if there's more. And I think that was it. But let's have a look. Seems that only my bright light on the right hand works. So we'll try not to turn left. Luckily this road bends to the right. Okay. No more hyenas here, but it smells like they actually scent marked there. Not a nice smell, if I have to be honest. They often lift their tail and then they'll deposit a scent via their anal gland. So as you can imagine, not the best. Let's see what else we can quickly find on the way to Tented Camp. I don't think too much, but anyway, it has been an absolute pleasure having you guys back on the drive with us. Sorry we didn't feature too much. We were struggling just a little bit with signal,
But tomorrow morning should be great. I think we'll head up north again, see if we can find the wild dogs, see what happened to the Birmingham Pride, and just absolutely anything we see. Have a great night.